CIA is by statute precluded from involvement in domestic affairs, and even in non-domestic activity within the confines of the United States, according to one reading of the statute. Can you honestly say that in view of all the things I've described to you that the CIA was not involved in domestic activities?
No, sir, nor can I say that the CIA has ever stayed out of domestic activities.
In the Senate of the United States, a resolution to establish a select committee of the Senate to conduct an investigation and study of the extent, if any, to which illegal, improper, or unethical activities were engaged in by any persons, acting individually or in combination with others, in the presidential election of 1972, or any campaign, canvass, or other activity related to it. From Washington, NPAC brings you gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of today's hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here is NPAC correspondent Jim Lehrer.
Good evening. It was a tough second day for E. Howard Hunt. The stamina of the physically weak and weary spy was obviously faltering as he was forced to respond to some intense probing by the senators. For instance, Hunt detailed in 1-2-3 fashion why he believes there was a double agent in the Watergate operation. Then Senator Weicker quickly attempted to shoot down the whole theory. Senator Inouye suggested that Hunt, the professional, pulled off nothing but flops for the White House and the Nixon campaign, forcing Hunt to defend his competence as a spy. And there are other examples, as you will see. But through it all, in his precise, low-key way, Hunt did drop a few surprises. The double agent bit, for one, and also that statement that the CIA has always been involved in domestic affairs, that Charles Colson directed him by phone in that interview with ITT figure Dita Beard, that 2 important notebooks from his White House safe are still missing, and that he felt Dirty Tricks man Donald Segretti was up to sophomoric games, to mention just a few. And all of it was laced with that marvelous detail of the secret agent's art that we non-clandestine operatives of this world seldom get a glimpse of. And in that regard, Hunt told some more about a fellow secret agent with a code name Fat Jack, as Peter Kay reports from the hearing room.
Who is Fat Jack? To super spy E. Howard Hunt, he's an informant who passed on information stolen from headquarters of presidential candidate Edmund Muskie. To former colleagues, he is John Buckley, 53, who retired June 30th as chief of the Office of Economic Opportunities Inspection Division. To still others, he's a former FBI agent, an attorney, a former staff member of the House Education and Labor Committee, and now an investigator for a Washington law firm headed by Jairus Leonard, a former High Justice Department official. As Fat Jack, however, he met 12 times with Hunt on a Washington street corner early in 1972, swapping unmarked envelopes of money for photocopies of information stolen from Muskie headquarters. The meeting stopped when Muskie's political star faded, and Fat Jack's agents were unable to penetrate the headquarters of Democratic frontrunner George McGovern. But Fat Jack apparently has earned his place in history, and today he joined Ruby One, Topaz, Sedan Chair, and Mr. Rivers in the lexicon of Watergate, a story that goes beyond even the fertile imagination of spy novelist E. Howard Hunt. Jim?
All right, and so much for Fat Jack, the latest member of our spy gallery. At the close of tonight's broadcast, I'll be back with George Will, Washington editor of National Review, to discuss the day's proceedings. For now, here is an hour-by-hour rundown of today's testimony. In the first hour, Hunt lays out his theory of why he thinks Alfred Baldwin was a double agent. He bases it on a belief that Baldwin had intimate ties to Democrats in Connecticut. Also in that hour, Hunt admits he asked Bernard Barker to send telegrams to the White House after President Nixon announced the mining of Haiphong Harbor. In the second hour, Hunt is asked if equipment he received made the CIA a support agency for the Plumbers. He says yes. Hunt then testifies his telephone and address books that he last saw in his White House safe would constitute a handbook for the Gemstone operation. In hour number 3, Hunt details his work with the agent called Fat Jack. He admits that documents from the Muskie offices were photographically stolen. Hunt then says he and Gordon Liddy talked about getting a chase plane that would follow a Democratic candidate's aircraft intercepting air-to-ground communications. In the fourth hour, Hunt says Liddy told him John Mitchell was insistent on making a second entry into Democratic headquarters. Also in that hour, he denies that he requested or received any offers of executive clemency. In the final hour, Senator Ervin presses Hunt about a conversation with Charles Colson. Ervin wants to know why Hunt described his silence as a two-way street. Also in that hour, Minority Counsel Thompson reads cables in which Henry Cabot Lodge says the United States will support the coup against Diem. Thompson wants to know why Hunt needed to fabricate further cables. Now to the hearings as Senator Ervin opens the second day of testimony from Howard Hunt.
I'm going to request the photographers not to distract Mr. Hunt's attention by taking pictures while he's testifying. Senator Talmadge.
I've been now sentenced to the federal prison for some 30 years for your part in the breaking and entering of the Watergate complex, are you not?
Yes, sir.
You have also, I believe, been indicted for the breaking and entering of the offices of Dr. Fielding, but have not yet been tried. Is that correct?
May I interrupt, please? I'm very sorry. As I reflected on the hearing yesterday, I am afraid that I may have left an inaccurate impression about the sentence. I don't have the statute with me this morning, but my recollection of it is that it is by virtue of the statute that the sentence of 30 years was imposed, not by virtue of the judges saying, I sentence you to 30 years.
It's a provisional sentence subject to change, as I recall.
That's right, but I think that the maximum is imposed by the statute when that provisional statute is used. The fact remains that he is, that everything we said yesterday about the sentence he is facing is accurate, but it's not because the judge said, I sentence you to 30 years.
The statement the attorney has made is also my understanding in the situation. You also have been indicted, I believe, in the breaking and entering of the office of Dr. Fielding and have not yet been tried. Is that correct statement?
That is not correct, Senator.
You have not been indicted.
I have not been indicted. I testified both before the federal grand jury and the Los Angeles grand jury under a grant of immunity.
Doesn't it strike you as a strange commentary of justice that you, who are relatively low on the totem pole here, could be sentenced to 30 years in prison, and those that planned, organized, and directed this clandestine organization could be walking the streets free today?
Yes, sir.
I may say it does me also. Now, you related yesterday about the fabrication of cables from this country to Saigon relating to the Diem government. Will you state who directed you to go to the State Department and look at those cables?
It was my suggestion initially. I was authorized to do so by the State Department itself at the request of Mr. David Young.
Mr. Young contacted the State Department, and the State Department authorized you to go over and look at cables between the government of the United States and various officials in Saigon. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, sir.
Were those cables labeled top secret?
Some of them were.
And some were not?
Yes, sir.
An ordinary American citizen didn't have an opportunity to look at those cables, did he?
No, sir.
In fact, he would have to have a high clearance for top secret matters in the government in order to see them, would he not?
Yes, he would.
Do you think Mr. David Young, of his own accord, could obtain that top clearance from the State Department for you?
Senator, it was my understanding that shortly prior to my joining the White House staff, I was the subject of a full field inquiry and clearance by the FBI. At the same time, I understood that because I had been out of CIA only a relatively short period of time, that all of the top-level clearances that I had held at CIA had been reinstated.
Well, even under those conditions, assume someone was cleared for top secrecy matters in the Pentagon. They couldn't go over to the State Department and look through top secret papers there, could they?
Not without the permission of the Department of State.
That would be my understanding. Now, you got there and you found that you thought some of those cables needed beefing up a little to implicate the Kennedy administration. Is that what you decided?
In effect, Senator, yes.
Now, what did you finally do? Now, you got there and you fabricated some cables. What was the nature of the fabricated cables, and what did they say?
Of course, Senator, I don't have the cables available to me, but...
I don't expect you to relate it word for word, but the general tenor.
As I recall it, the text of one cable which I fabricated was a query or an inquiry from the Saigon embassy, which Ambassador Lodge then headed, postulating a course of action such as granting political asylum to Zim and to his brother-in-law in the event that they should seek asylum. And the second cable that I fabricated was an alleged response from the White House to that inquiry.
What was the response?
It was a negative response.
In other words, it was alleged to be President Kennedy speaking for this government that political asylum would not be granted. Is that
Yes,
it?
sir.
Now, was there any other cables fabricated?
No, sir.
Well, how did that relate to the implication of President Kennedy and the assassination of President Diem?
The mere withholding of asylum would have resulted in the deaths of the two men who sought it, should they have sought it.
In other words, that was his only way out of assassination as you saw it.
Yes, sir.
And the object of that fabrication was to alienate the Catholic vote in the presidential election of 1972?
That would have been a part of the thrust of the cable, yes, sir.
And who worked with you and directed your efforts in that fabrication?
I was directed solely by Mr. Charles Colson. No one worked with me.
Mr. Colson authorized, directed it, and condoned it. Is that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
And also sought to get wide dissemination in the press relating to those fabricated cables. Is that correct?
Through Mr. William Lambert of Life magazine.
Now, you put these cables, I believe, the fabricated cables, in your safe in the White House.
Yes, sir.
And left them there, and those cables ultimately were turned over by Mr. Dean and others in the White House to Mr. Gordon Gray, who ultimately burned them at his country residence. Is that correct?
So it has been alleged, yes, sir.
Now, did you participate with Mr. Patrick Gray? I stand corrected. Acting Director of the FBI. Did you participate with Mr. Liddy in drawing up the Gemstone plan?
I did.
Did you participate in the presentation of that plan to Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Dean, and Mr. Magruder?
No, sir.
Now, they first turned that plan down, as I recall, because it was too expensive. Is that what was reported to you by Mr. Liddy?
Yes, Senator.
They did not state they turned it down because of the nature of the plan. Is that a correct statement?
That is a correct statement.
Now, who authorized the breaking and entering into the Watergate complex?
Mr. Liddy told me that his superiors had ordered it.
You didn't think Mr. Liddy organized it on his own, did you?
Under no circumstances.
You wouldn't have participated in it had you thought it as a solo flight on the part of Liddy and no one else, would you?
No, sir.
Now, you have mentioned that you operated in a number of areas and projects with Mr. Colson. Would you relate exactly what they were? I believe one was the Fielding break-in, his office. Is that a correct statement?
May I consult with counsel, sir?
Certainly.
Senator Talmadge, could I solicit your indulgence in the repetition of that question?
You stated that you participated and were directed with Mr. Colson, counsel for the President in the White House, in a number of clandestine operations. I wanted to find out exactly what those were, and I hope to enumerate them, some of them, and get your assent or whether or not that's an accurate statement. Was one of them the breaking and entering of Dr. Fielding's office?
At the time of the break-in of Dr. Fielding's office, Senator, I was not aware of the extent of Mr. Colson's participation as I have subsequently come to understand it. Certainly, my compilation of Mr. Leonard Boudin's legal history, let me put it, and providing that to Mr. Colson for the use by a member of the local press was one of the activities in which I engaged. I interviewed Mr. Clifton DeMott at Providence, Rhode Island, at Mr. Colson's behest. I also interviewed former and retired General Paul Harkins at Mr. Colson's request.
The Diem cables.
The Diem cables, yes, sir.
About the Dita Beard visit.
Yes, sir. I visited and elicited information from Mrs. Dita Beard at his request.
And did he suggest to you that you go break in Bremer's apartment after George Wallace was shot down in Maryland?
He suggested that I review the contents of Mr. Bremer's apartment.
And you declined to do that?
I argued against it. I subsequently received word from him or from his secretary, I can't recall which, that this was no longer required.
And did he participate in your visit to California to see the security officer for the Hughes Tool Company?
No, sir.
He did not. And did he participate in your visit to survey the newspaper man at Las Vegas with a view of breaking and entering there?
No, sir.
He did not. Did he participate in organizing the efforts of spying and eavesdropping and electronic surveillance of the Democratic National Convention in Miami?
Not to my knowledge.
He did not, to your knowledge. How about photographing the papers from the Muskie headquarters?
I have no knowledge that he was aware of that.
I believe my 10 minutes have expired, Mr. Chairman. I yield at this time. I'll use it then, if I may. Why did they call you gentlemen the Plumbers?
This was an appellation that was derived in a jocular way, I believe. I've asked Mr. Liddy about that cognomen, and he said that Mr. David Young had simply had the name Plumbers put on the door. This was in the general maintenance area of the White House in an effort to divert undue attention from the activities of the occupants of that room.
One thing I haven't been able to understand about this extra-legal operation that was set up at the White House, I always thought that Mr. Hoover was one of the most dedicated public servants in the history of our country, and I always thought the FBI was one of the most efficient organizations in the history of our republic. Why was it necessary to set up an extra-legal operation of this type rather than relying on the FBI?
I can answer that question, I believe, Senator, in two ways. First, I would not want to accept the premise that the operation that we had set up, that the President had ordered, was extra-legal. Passing beyond that, however, I had early on in my White House incumbency raised the question, I think as early as the 7th of July with Mr. Charles Colson, as to why certain items of physical disguise could not be provided me by the Bureau and at the same time by the Secret Service. And I was given to understand that that was because neither organization was sufficiently in the confidence of the administration to be entrusted with so sensitive a matter. Secondly, as to the entry operation into for example, into premises of Dr. Fielding, I was given to understand that during the later years of Mr. J. Edgar Hoover's incumbency, that the entry units that had been so much a part of FBI operations for, let's say, decades had been allowed to wither on the vine and die, and that personnel, trained, skilled personnel, were no longer available for that type of operation.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hunt, let's go back to the Watergate break-in. There's been a good deal of speculation in many quarters as to whether or not this was a double agent action, and the tapes were on the door and they seem to be rather unnecessary, maybe even unwise. And you yourself, of course, testified that the second break-in didn't make a great deal of sense, and then after the tapes were discovered to have been removed, you thought it was certainly foolhardy to go ahead. Do you have any theories on whether there was a double agent here or not?
The series of events of that night, taken in their totality, Senator Gurney, have suggested to me for many months that we might have been, as it were, entrapped by information having been provided beforehand to local law enforcement authorities by a member of our unit.
Who do you think that was?
Well, I would have to indicate that the most likely subject would be Mr. Alfred Baldwin.
And why is that?
First of all, he had been only recently hired by Mr. McCord on the basis of a want ad placed in a magazine, help wanted ad. Nothing was new about...
You mean to say that that actually was the method of his hiring for this very sensitive operation?
I believe Mr. McCord has testified, Senator, that he read in a bureau published by the ex-FBI Bureau Association that a particular individual's services were available. He got in touch with that gentleman, read his resume, and hired him, not for the Watergate itself, but rather for the personal protection of the Attorney General and or Mrs. Martha Mitchell.
Do you know whether he did any background checks on him or not?
I do not know. I suspect that he did not.
Go on with your reasoning why he might be the double agent, might be a double agent.
Yes, sir. Because it developed subsequently that Mr. Baldwin had rather intimate ties to the Democratic Party in Connecticut.
What were those ties?
Without notes, I would have to suggest that he was the nephew of a judge, a Democratic judge, that he, at least at one point in time, represented himself as being a nephew of John Bailey, who had been at one time was the chairman of the Democratic Party of Connecticut. I understood that Mr. Baldwin, this is subsequent to the actual events, Mr. Baldwin had a girlfriend who worked at Democratic National Headquarters. There was the question, which has never been resolved, at least to my satisfaction, of the lingering presence in the general Watergate area of the D.C. Police Department's so-called mod squad, something like 2 hours after their normal course of duty would have expired. Their immediate response to the scene of the Watergate and the failure of Mr. Baldwin to alert not only our command post in room 14 in the hotel, but also the 5 men who were actually on the Democratic National Headquarters premises on the 6th floor. We knew that the mod squad were conducting a downward search beginning the top floor and working down. This meant that a great many lights were going on that there was visible activity that could and should have been seen from across the street where Mr. Baldwin was positioned.
You mean activity long before, at least sometime before your actual discovery?
Yes, sir. That here we have a darkened building, let us say, at around 2 o'clock in the morning. Abruptly, lights begin going on the 8th floor. Men must be able to be seen running through the 8th floor. Those lights go out. There's a repetition on the 7th floor. And on the 6th floor, the same procedure begins. At this point, a rather casual inquiry comes over the walkie-talkie from Mr. Baldwin to the effect, are any of your men wearing hippie clothes? The answer which Mr. Liddy gave him was no. They are all in business suits. And approximately at this time, the arrests began taking place on the 6th floor, which is the premises of the Democratic National Headquarters. I would like to move now to the instructions which I gave Mr. Baldwin within a half an hour of the appearance on the 6th floor of the Mod Squad, at which time I rushed into the or at least moved with alacrity into the listening post on the 6th floor, on the 7th floor of the Howard Johnson Motel, and told him to pack up and get moving, to load the van, to take it anywhere but Mr. McCord's home. Subsequently, I was to learn that Mr. Baldwin had done quite the opposite, that he in fact had driven the loaded van, the van loaded with all of Mr. McCord's electronic equipment and paraphernalia, directly to the McCord home in Rockville, Maryland, left it there, abandoned it, and taken off for Connecticut, where he had once made contact with one or more prominent lawyers known to be known for their affiliation with the Democratic Party.
Do you have any other or concrete evidence that he might have been a double agent?
I would offer this, Senator, for whatever it might be worth.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that this time.
I say I would, in conclusion, I would offer this for whatever it might be worth. That at the time I first got in telephonic contact with Mr. McCord, which was in July and after Mr. McCord's release from jail, when I challenged Mr. McCord concerning Mr. Baldwin's conduct, Mr. McCord was very quick to defend his conduct. He indicated to me that Mr. Baldwin had behaved with perfect propriety, that in fact Mr. McCord had come to Washington following a trip to Connecticut at which he had retained counsel, and gone to the offices of the Committee for the Re-election of the President, at which time he sought aid, comfort, and assistance and was rebuffed. Therefore, according to Mr. McCord, Mr. Baldwin was entirely justified in exposing the affair and dealing with the Los Angeles Times as he did.
You said cool.
Excuse me, I may have misspoken. Senator, if I made the statement that McCord went to the headquarters of the Committee for the Re-election of the President, I misspoke. I meant that Mr. Baldwin had gone to the headquarters of the Committee for the Re-election of the President and was there rebuffed.
Turning to another subject, Mr. Hunt, your testimony, of course, here yesterday and at least once today indicated that you didn't think you were doing anything illegal, but it had to do with national security. Why did you plead guilty at your Watergate trial?
May I consult with counsel? As I indicated in my opening statement, Senator Gurney, There was certainly substantial evidence against me that had been secured, I believe, in an illegal way from my White House safe. Certainly Mr. McCord's briefcase with all of its electronic paraphernalia was recovered from that. There was other extrinsic evidence which, presented by itself, suggested to me that the evidentiary picture against me was overwhelming. My wife had died less than a month before in a particularly tragic accident. The government did not produce all of the evidence that might have been or could have been or would have been favorable to me.
What was that evidence? That was a question I had here. What evidence was destroyed or withheld that would have helped your defense?
Of course, Senator, at this late stage, I am unable to catalog in total fashion all of the evidentiary material that would have been useful to me. However, in an early motion for the suppression of evidence, which was entered by my attorneys, we specified 2 notebooks, which I believe would have, had they been produced, made it possible to prove a tainting of the evidentiary tree.
But actually, the evidence that was destroyed, certainly the electronic evidence, would have been damaging to you. And its destruction or its non-availability at the trial was a plus for your side, wasn't it?
Excuse me, Senator. Senator Gurney, I'm not clear that I did indicate that electronic evidence was destroyed.
Well, I thought there was some mention of that just a moment ago.
I believe that, if I may suggest the following, Senator, that what I testified or what I meant to testify was the fact that the finding in my rifled White House safe of Mr. McCord's briefcase replete with electronic equipment was material that certainly would be used against me. That material was not destroyed. That was produced. Moreover, material that was not produced or destroyed or withheld at one point or another during the government's proceedings against me was of such a nature that it would have certainly helped me.
But could you give the committee an indication of what that evidence was?
This would have been of a general nature, Senator, which would have indicated the names, the figures, and the positions of those who, in fact, had authorized the creation of the Gemstone plan.
I see my time is up, but let me ask just one final question on this line of questioning. Were you ever promised executive clemency by anyone, and did that influence your plea of guilty?
No, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hunt, assuming that Mr. Baldwin was in fact a double agent, and further assuming that Mr. Baldwin did in fact advise the local police officials in advance of the break-in, did you consider that his actions were wrong or illegal in notifying the police of the burglary?
I believe you're posing a legal hypothesis, Senator, which I'd like to consult counsel on, if I might. My assumption, of course, Senator Inouye, was that the project itself was legal. Now, Mr. Baldwin's actions in disclosing the project or setting up an entrapment really is another matter. That's a subjective matter. Certainly it was a matter of the greatest disloyalty to his employer and to those of us who comprise the entry group. The courts have yet to decide the legality or non-legality of the operation itself.
It is your contention that the break-in was a legal break-in because of national security?
I believed, Senator, then, and I believe now, that it was a lawful activity.
And this was part of the so-called Liddy plan?
The Gemstone plan, yes, sir.
Which included renting a yacht and housing the yacht with call girls. Is this legal also?
We're getting a little far afield, I believe, Senator.
Wasn't that part of the plan, sir?
It was not a part of the initial Gemstone plan, no, Senator.
We were told that this was the part of the plan presented to Mr. Mitchell.
I was not present at any such presentation.
Now, you indicated that the second break-in was necessary to locate evidence in the treasurer's ledger that would indicate that monies from Mr. Castro were being conveyed to the Democratic Party. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
And furthermore, you suggested that there was a possibility that money from Hanoi was coming in.
That was my speculation, and I believe
because Mr. McGovern had said that he would crawl to Hanoi if necessary?
Yes, sir.
Didn't Mr. McGovern make that statement long after the break-in?
I don't know, Senator.
After he became a candidate?
No, sir. I think that, to the best of my recollection, he made it well before the break-in.
It might be well if you refresh your memory, sir. But what sort of instructions did you give your photographer?
To photograph anything, in effect, with a figure on it.
Did you expect the photographer to find somewhere in a ledger received from Fidel Castro X number of dollars?
By no means, Senator. I did not. I expected that a chronological list of contributions with their respective contributors would be listed. The operational procedure, once we had these listings, would be to have vetted out or to have investigated each contributor to determine if the contributor was bona fide.
Now, what is the national security involved in determining whether money did come from Cuba?
I think for two reasons, Senator. First of all, any such intervention would have been a violation of United States law. And secondly, it would have represented an area of acute concern to national security authorities.
So what did you intend to do with that information if you did find it?
I beg your pardon?
So what did you intend to do with that information if you were successful in finding that?
The information would have been turned over to Mr. Liddy, who I assume, if you would like my further speculation on the subject, would have passed it through channels which eventually would have brought the resources of, let us say, the IRS and the FBI into play.
In yesterday's testimony, Mr. Hunt, I believe the word "see me" was used 4 times in describing certain activities you had performed in behalf of the White House. Would you care to tell us what these activities were?
There's nothing new in the activities that I have comprehended under the adjective "see me." I believe that, for example, Mr. O'Brien, to whom I first used the term, was unwitting of A, the Ellsberg entry, for example, B, my visit to Dita Beard, my fabrication of Vietnam cables, things of that nature.
Did you consider all of these activities to be legal and part of national security?
I would like to draw a distinction, if I might, Senator, between those which were legal and those which might be conceived to be related to the national security.
Please do so.
I would say that the Ellsberg entry was certainly involving the national security. The interview of Dita Beard is another matter, and certainly the fabrication of the Vietnamese cables was again another matter, not having to do with the national security. Nevertheless, I was acting on instructions of a senior White House official in each case.
With all of your experience in the CIA, did you not once consider that all of your activities involve political espionage?
At that juncture, I did not, Senator. My awareness of the purely political espionage aspects of Gemstone, or my perceptions, I should say, were made acute in connection with the proposed convention by the Democrats in Miami Beach, Florida. It was at that time that we began the groundwork for what was to become the massive, large-scale intelligence collection program.
As of this moment, you've testified as to your participation in several activities, and I note a string of coincidences. Number one, the Fielding break-in was unsuccessful. The Democratic National Headquarters Watergate was unsuccessful. Your break-in at McGovern Headquarters had to be aborted. The effort to peddle the forged cables was unsuccessful. Could you tell this committee of any successful endeavor on your part, sir?
I would characterize the Fielding entry as successful but unproductive, Senator. I would characterize first Watergate as successful in a technical sense, but unproductive.
Where was the success in the first Watergate break-ins?
In simply conducting the operation without detection. The photographs were taken, as the committee knows.
My final question, sir. Since we have received testimony on the so-called Gemstone, which, as I thought, included the hiring of call girls, and you indicated it was not so.
I have indicated, I believe, Senator, if I might interrupt, that I was not aware that it formed a part of the original Gemstone concept. This was brought to my attention much later, at a time when Mr. Liddy and I were looking for a line-of-sight listening post for Mr. McCord in front of the Fontainebleau Hotel. We had reported back that we had found a houseboat moored directly in front of the Fontainebleau Hotel. Subsequent to that, Mr. Liddy told me that one of his superiors had suggested that the houseboat could be used as a rendezvous point and perhaps a place in which compromising photographs or tape recordings could be made.
And did you consider this to be part of national security?
No, sir, I have not characterized it as such.
Thank you very much, sir.
Senator White.
I'd just like to touch upon it for a minute, Mr. Hunt, your comments on the double agent theory relative to Mr. Baldwin. You indicated that one of the bases for your theory would be Mr. Baldwin having an uncle who's a Democratic judge. Is that correct?
Having a what, sir?
An uncle who was a Democratic judge.
That was my understanding, yes, sir.
Right. And this would be Judge Raymond Baldwin.
I don't know his name.
Well, let me put it this way, so that the record is very clear. The only relative that Mr. Baldwin has, who is or has been a judge, is the former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, State Supreme Court in Connecticut, who would be Raymond Baldwin, who was also the Republican senator from Connecticut, who was also the Republican governor of Connecticut, and who is generally looked upon as Mr. Republican in the state of Connecticut. You indicated also, relative to Mr. Baldwin, that Mr. Baldwin had indicated a relationship to John Bailey. Now, of course, did you know how he employed that reference to John Bailey, saying that he was his nephew?
I know that, let me qualify that. I was given to understand by Mr. McCord that at the time a floor plan of the Democratic National Headquarters was being compiled, Mr. Baldwin presented himself to the receptionist of the Democratic National Committee, said that he was a nephew of John Baldwin and was given the red carpet treatment.
John Bailey?
Yes, John Bailey.
So that if, in fact, you were going to case the Democratic National Committee headquarters, it would certainly be far more appropriate to identify yourself with John Bailey than with either Robert Dole or Clark McGregor, wouldn't it?
Yes, Senator.
So really that doesn't form a valid basis for any sort of double agent theory, does it? It was used, in other words, specifically to gain entry into the Democratic National Committee headquarters and to case the place. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then just one last thing. You indicate in the case of the Los Angeles Times, and Mr. Baldwin talking of the Los Angeles Times, is it a fact that Mr. Baldwin had already told his story to the Federal Bureau of Investigation prior to the Los Angeles Times?
That is my understanding.
Now, I'd like to, if I could, just one question that occurred to me from yesterday before we get into the origins of your relationships with the Cubans. You indicated in your testimony yesterday of contacts that you had with an individual whose code name was Fat Jack, and your meetings with this individual relative to his being a plant in the Muskie campaign, the transmission of information from him to the committee to re-elect. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that Fat Jack was an agent handler.
And you did transmit information from him to the committee to re-elect. Is that correct?
To Mr. Liddy, yes, sir.
To Mr. Liddy. And on one occasion, or maybe more, that you also delivered money to this individual. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You indicated at the time that you couldn't recall who this person was, Fat Jack. Have you been able to give any more thought to that matter?
I have never known who he was, Senator.
You do know who it is?
I have never known. I have been shown a photograph by a member of the staff.
Does the name John Buckley ring any bell?
Of course it does.
Why does it?
It's a brother of William Buckley and Senator James Buckley.
No, not in that context. Sorry, let me put it this way. Aside from that context, does the name John Buckley have any other connotation insofar as the activities?
No, sir. I anticipate you are going to tell me that the photograph is a photograph of John Buckley. If that photograph is in fact of John Buckley, then I so identify it as being that of Fat Jack.
I'd like to present this photograph to you, Mr. Hunt, and ask you whether or not that's the individual that you knew as Fat Jack.
It is.
Well, then that is a photograph of John Buckley, and so that the record is absolutely clear, considering various comments of one member of the family directed toward this senator, I don't want to imply anything improper. This is not the John Buckley that is the brother of William Buckley or Senator James Buckley. Is that correct?
I'm sure the family would appreciate that.
Now, I'd like to, if I could, Mr. Hunt, get to the origins, because it's very important.
I beg your pardon, Senator.
I'd like to get to the origins of your relationship with the 4 Cuban Americans, Mr. Barker and Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Martinez, and Mr. Sturgis. When did you first encounter Mr. Barker?
In 1960.
And this was on the occasion of the Bay of Pigs operation, is that correct?
The preparation for that operation, yes, sir.
Right. And did Mr. Barker consider you to be his superior?
Yes, sir.
Had you had any contact with the other gentleman at that time?
No.
Was your contact relative to the Ellsberg matter and the 2 break-ins at Democratic National Committee headquarters solely with Mr. Barker? Was he the individual, in other words, who you dealt with?
Yes, sir.
And did he have any...
Senator, excuse me. In so saying, I don't want to exclude conversations that I held collaterally with the other 3 gentlemen.
I understand. But again, would it be fair to say, that you dealt with him and he with you as your being his superior?
Yes, sir.
Did you indicate, or were there any ways that you indicated to Mr. Barker that in fact you were still operating in an official function?
I would put it this way, if I might, Senator, and still be fully responsive to your question. Mr. Barker was well aware that I was an employee of the White House. I had addressed letters to him on White House stationery. He had my White House telephone extension. He, in fact, had come to the White House with a friend on one occasion. By the White House, I'm using the term loosely, I mean the old executive office building. Right. Called for me at the guard desk, and I came down from my office and met him, and we then went from there to my home for lunch. So that there could be no question in his mind that I was an employee of the White House.
Did Mr. Barker receive any orders from the committee to re-elect the president? Or did he receive orders from anyone, or did he receive orders from Mr. Liddy? Did he receive orders from anyone at the committee to re-elect the president? Aside from yourself.
Let me try to distinguish among those several possibilities, if I might, Senator. In connection with the protection of the lying estate of J. Edgar Hoover, Mr. Barker received orders from me which derived from Mr. Liddy. That is to say, Mr. Liddy asked me to have certain things done. I transmitted those orders to Mr. Barker. At that time, Mr. Liddy was a member of the Committee for the Re-election of the President. Mr. Barker, of course, Mr. Liddy, of course, also knew Mr. Barker because we had all worked together during the fielding entry of the preceding year. I know that Mr. Barker, Mr. Liddy, had established separate telephonic communications and even perhaps mail communications with Mr. Barker on a variety of subjects, so that Mr. Barker did not deal exclusively with me on these matters.
But insofar as the relationships are concerned, you've indicated he looked upon you as his superior. Did he look upon you as his superior for both Ellsberg and the Democratic National Committee headquarter break-in?
Yes, sir.
And did he have any reason in your mind, now this is your judgment, to believe that he was working for anything other than an official of the United States government?
No, sir.
How long, I might add, how long do you feel that he was under this impression? Obviously, he was under it, I gather from your testimony, both through Ellsberg and through the Democratic National Committee break-ins. At what time do you believe he came to understand that he was not working for an official of the United States government?
Senator, of my own knowledge, I'm not aware that Mr. Barker ever reached such a conclusion.
So it might be possibly even now he thinks that. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
At least insofar as your relationships with Mr. Barker are concerned.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall telephoning Mr. Barker the day before the President's speech on the mining of Haiphong Harbor?
I recall certainly telephoning him in that connection. I don't know if it would be the day before or the actual day, Senator. I don't have telephonic records available to me. In connection with that event, however, yes.
Would you dispute, and let me rephrase it, in conversation that I've had with Mr. Barker, he's indicated that he received such a telephone call from you the day before the President's speech. Would you dispute that?
I would simply answer as before. I would have no basis for acceding to it or disputing it. I think the point that we're interested in here, if I may be so presumptuous, is whether in fact I did communicate with Mr. Barker relative to that speech, and I did.
And did you know the contents of the President's speech prior to the speech?
Did I know the
contents of the President's speech prior to his speech?
No, sir.
What did you request of Mr. Barker?
Best of my recollection, I requested that he attempt to have as many telegrams as possible sent to the White House immediately following the President's speech manifesting approval of the President's move.
So are you saying that you asked this after the President's speech then? That it's your recollection that you made this telephone call after the President spoke?
No, sir, not at all.
Well, then what would be the basis for your asking for support of the President? If, in fact, you said you didn't know in advance of what that statement was going to be.
I believe I'm missing a point somewhere, Senator. May I consult with counsel?
Sure.
Senator Weicker, Mr. Chairman, for some reason, the question is not clear to Mr. Hunt. I think that it would be very helpful, Mr. Chairman, if we could have a 5-minute recess.
Without objection, we'll have a a 5-minute recess.
At this point, the strain of the hearings began to take its toll on Mr. Hunt, and he took a few moments to consult his attorneys and collect his thoughts. After that respite, he recalled more details about drumming up support for President Nixon's speech announcing the mining of Haiphong Harbor.
Committee will resume. I don't believe the witness had answered the last question that Senator Weicker had put to him. You might read to the witness the last question that was put to him.
What would be the basis for your asking the support of the President if, in fact, you said you didn't know in advance what that statement was going to be?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Weicker, I believe I owe you an apology. I appreciate the recess that you've granted me. There is a very easy and a very ready answer to your question. I, however, for some reason, I've been informed that I seem to be running down a little. I want to be very cautious about that. However, I perceived within your question perhaps some deeper meaning or deeper implication than I was able to infer. Let me attempt to respond to your question in these terms. Having been asked to engender support for the President's forthcoming Haiphong speech, bombing, or the Haiphong speech, and being in very general terms aware of it, though not having read it, I was prepared to seek such support from all sources available to me, including and in particular Mr. Barker, even though I did not know the verbatim text of the speech, nor did Mr. Barker. Is that responsive to your question, Senator?
Are you saying that you knew about the content of the speech in a general way, but not a specific way?
Yes, sir.
And this was transmitted then to Mr. Barker prior to the speech. Are you also saying that?
I have no recollection of so doing. I may have done it as a matter of courtesy to Mr. Barker. On the other hand, I expected his cooperation regardless of the actual content of the speech.
Well, who gave you the instructions to rally support for the President?
Mr. G. Gordon Liddy.
And who gave you the information as to the general nature of the speech?
Mr. Liddy.
And is it fair to assume that such occurrences as this, on the part of Mr. Barker, this type of information, which I might add the United States Senate was not privy to, is it not fair to go ahead and assume that this again would add to the official image which you had in the eyes of Mr. Barker?
I would certainly so assume.
I understand my time's up, Mr. Chairman. I intend to continue this line of questioning when it comes around again.
Senator Montoya.
Mr. Hunt, how do you differentiate between the Gemstone plan and the General Intelligence Gathering plan?
The acquisition of intelligence, Senator Montoya, was an initial part of the Gemstone plan.
Would you say that the part of the Gemstone plan was also part of the General Intelligence plan?
I don't believe I understand the question, Senator.
Well, was the Watergate entry within the contemplation of the General Intelligence plan initially?
I would have to answer in this fashion, Senator, that the capability, the maintenance of an entry-type operation was comprehended within the original Gemstone plan.
In other words, you contemplated within that general intelligence plan to make entry into the different headquarters and to run some kind of surveillance on the headquarters of the different Democratic presidential candidates.
I would restrict it to a less broad concept, Senator Montoya, if I might.
All right, give me your restriction.
I would say that, first of all, we had provision under Gemstone for an entry team, and that Mr. Liddy and Mr. McCord had worked out between themselves some details of an electronic surveillance program.
Vote on. We'll have to take a recess till we go and vote.
You don't have to sound so happy about it, sir.
This was the first of several interruptions for floor votes on the military aid bill. In a moment, the senators will go after more details on the Gemstone intelligence plan. Public television's coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after this pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is being broadcast as a public service by your local public television station. This is PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service.
From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, NPACT correspondent Jim Lehrer.
As we go back to the hearing, Senator Montoya wants to know about plans for a break-in at Muskie headquarters.
The committee and the audience, I hope, will come to order. Senator, you can resume your interrogation.
Mr. Hunt, did you finish your answer to the last question?
I don't believe I did, Senator Montoya. Could I impose upon you or the stenographer to reread the question so that I can be sure I answered it in its entirety? Picking up at that point, I would say that as time went on and the relative standings of the various potential Democratic contenders became more clear, it was quite obvious that the focus was going to be on Senator McGovern rather than on a broader range of Democratic hopefuls.
Well, you recall that there was a contemplation within the committee to re-elect the president to also enter the headquarters of Senator Muskie. Were you part of this contemplation?
I was part of the group that implanted within Muskie headquarters an informant. I learned subsequently, and sometime after the date, that Messrs. Liddy and McCord had acquired a listening post, that is, physical facilities near the Muskie headquarters, which might at some later date have been used for electronic surveillance.
Now, what was contemplated by the General Intelligence Plan and the blueprint which was prepared by you and Mr. Liddy for presentation to the Attorney General?
There were three categories in the Gemstone plan, Senator. The first was electronic surveillance, electronic intelligence, which was prepared by Mr. Liddy with Mr. McCord's assistance. My input into the categories of intelligence acquisition and political action dealt principally with human resources, that is, the recruitment of individuals who would perform either in intelligence or political action categories.
Did the plan have the targets?
The only target that comes to my mind at this moment, Senator, again, this all happened some time ago, is the Democratic National Convention site in Miami, Florida, as well as the hotels along the beach where the various candidates and their delegations might be staying.
You mean to tell me that you and Mr. Liddy had not discussed the Democratic National Committee and Mr. O'Brien?
Not until April, no, sir.
Was the budget as presented to Mr. Mitchell covering the entire operation up to Election Day?
May I attempt to restate your question? I believe you to be asking me if the budget covered the period through the 1972 election period?
Right.
Yes, sir.
So therefore, the budget as presented would cover the Watergate entry or any other espionage activity in which you were about to engage or which you were contemplating at the time.
Yes, sir, which fell under those general categories that I've described.
And now, when you went to Mr. Colson at the White House and unfolded the Liddy-Hunt plan on gathering intelligence and asked him to see Mr. Liddy, did you explain this fully to him?
Senator, I never did that.
Well, how could he make a judgment to call Mr. Liddy and then make a recommendation to Mr. Magruder to approve the plan?
Senator, I believe it might be helpful at this point for the committee and simply to clarify the record if I were to describe the circumstances under which I introduced Mr. Liddy and Mr. Colson for what I believe to be the first time. If I might seek your indulgence. There came a time between the second turn down and the eventual approval of the overall, quote, Gemstone, unquote, plan, when I had, in effect, persuaded myself that the plan, having suffered 2 turn downs by Mr. Mitchell, was not likely to be approved in the future. Mr. Liddy came to me one afternoon when I was working in room 16, the Plumbers' office in the White House, and asked me if I could arrange an appointment for him with Mr. Colson. I said that I would. I would be glad to. Mr. Liddy indicated to me that inasmuch as the Attorney General would at some time be leaving the White House to go over to the Committee for the Re-election of the President, that he, Mr. Liddy himself, had already departed the White House for the precincts of CREP, and that he was known as a Mitchell man, and that he sought in the future administration a rather substantial post, that he did not want to lose, as he put it, his power base in the White House.
Well, you testified to that yesterday, Mr. Hunt, and I would prefer not to have you repeat your testimony of yesterday. I'm merely saying, or asking you, did you unfold any part of the plan or any details to Mr. Colson when you made the appointment for Mr. Liddy?
No.
You just merely told him that there was an intelligence gathering plan which Mr. Liddy wanted to discuss with him?
I did not say that, no, sir.
What specifically did you say to Mr. Colson?
I spoke with his secretary and requested an appointment with Mr. Colson for the purpose of introducing Mr. Liddy.
All right. Now, in your opening statement here, on page 5, you said, this official misconduct deprived me of evidence which would have supported my position that, A, my participation in the Watergate was an activity authorized within the power of the President of the United States, and B, If my participation was not so authorized, I justifiably believed that it was. Now, was that your belief at the time that you went with these people to the Watergate?
Yes, sir.
Then, if that was your belief, Mr. Hunt, why did you, upon being discovered, scurry to Howard Johnson's to go into Mr. Baldwin's room, tell him to get the electronic equipment way out of there, put it in the van, hide the van? Why did you then scurry to the White House with the electronic equipment of Mr. McCord in the briefcase, and then go to the safe, hide the briefcase, then go to Joan Hall, Mr. Colson's secretary, and tell her that that safe was hot? The operation was so legal.
What I said to Mrs. Hall on Monday morning following the entry operation, Senator, was the safe is loaded.
Then why would you have to spend on an entry that was legal $156,000 for attorney's fees?
The monies had been supplied me for that purpose, Senator.
Why did you plead guilty to an entry that you considered legal?
Because of the fact that the government's obstruction of justice and other really outrageous occurrences in its handling of my case had deprived me of my basic defenses.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Hunt, all the things that you did are very inconsistent with your stated belief that your entry was legal. Isn't that correct?
No, sir.
Well, don't the facts bear that out?
I do not so construe them.
Don't the post-entry behavior, doesn't the post-entry behavior bear that out?
No, sir, Senator. Would you permit me to interpret them as I saw them?
Yes.
My post-entry actions were simply an effort to limit the area of damage.
I believe my time has run out, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Hunt, can you tell us exactly how much money was paid to your lawyer, Mr. Bittman, as counsel fees?
$156,000.
And in addition to that, how much money did you or Mrs. Hunt receive for your support or for your bail?
I don't know how much money Mrs. Hunt received.
Well, you received $50,000 in February, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And you received $75,000 on the 21st of March.
Yes, sir.
And Mrs. Hunt, according to records we have here, received a total of $141,500 on September the 19th and October the 2nd, of which $1,000 was used for your bail and $30,000 was used as an income replacement for you.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Chairman. Are you asking me a question?
Yes. Is that correct? Are these figures set out in the accounting which Mrs. Hunt made on September the 19th, 1972 for $53,500 allegedly given her by Mr. Rivers, and for on October the 2nd, 1972 for $88,000 received and $91,000 disbursed, correct?
Senator, I have no way of knowing whether the figures are correct or not.
Well, they show that $1,000 out of the monies covered by the September the 19th, 1972 accounting was used for bail for you. Do you know whether the $1,000 was used to procure bail for you?
It was, and it is still in the possession of the government.
And the October 2nd report says that $30,000 was used as an income replacement for Mr. Hunt and Mrs. Hunt. Do you know whether that item is correct?
I don't know, no, sir.
Well, did you receive some $30,000 about that time?
Not to my knowledge.
Your Mrs. Hunt, prior to her tragic death, was distributed funds to various persons involved in the case, the 7 original defendants, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
And she received those from, do you know what source?
From a gentleman who described himself first as Mr. Rivers, and then later on, I believe, on 1 or 2 occasions, from an individual who telephonically described himself as a friend of Mr. Rivers.
Now, Mr. McCord was a security agent for the committee to re-elect the president, wasn't he, at the time of the break-in?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Liddy was the chief counsel for the finance committee to re-elect the president, was he not?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were still an employee of the White House, weren't you, at those times?
Yes, sir.
You never actually, were you ever actually made an employee of either of the committees?
I'm sorry, Senator.
Were you ever, your employment ever transferred from the White House to either of the committees?
No, sir.
But you did go over and assist Mr. Liddy in his plans.
Yes, sir.
Now, who, you said that, as I understood you, that you had 2 notebooks that were in your safe in the executive office building.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever seen those notebooks since the break-in?
No, sir.
What was in those notebooks?
There were, excuse me, may I consult with counsel?
Keep my 10 minutes time.
I will attempt to describe each one in turn, Senator. There was a list finder which I had maintained for a number of years during my CIA employment. That contained not only a large number of CIA names and telephone extensions, but also several names of Gemstone personnel. That was one item. Another item was an address and telephone book which contained the names, addresses, pseudonyms, and phone numbers of every person that I dealt with in the Gemstone context.
Now, I wish you'd explain very briefly what the Gemstone project was.
This was the project that Mr. Liddy approached me on in late November of 1971, telling me that it had been engendered by Attorney General Mitchell, and he had first been approached about it by Mr. Jeb Stuart Magruder. At that time, he asked me if he could count upon the support of myself and the Miami gentleman who had formerly been responsive to me and who had assisted me or had actually taken part in the Dr. Fielding break-in in California.
Now, was that Gemstone project contemplate the use of electronic surveillance to collect intelligence?
It did.
And did it contemplate the use of surreptitious interest to obtain intelligence?
Yes, sir.
Can you give us from memory the names of the people that you contacted in regard to the Gemstone operation, that you had, the names you had recorded in the notebook?
I cannot give you a comprehensive list, Senator, but I'll try to give you as many as recur to my memory. Of course, there were the 4 Miami men, with Mr. Jack Bauman of Winter Haven, Florida, Mr. Thomas Amato, Mr. Liddy's name and number was certainly there. In a somewhat different context, the name of Mr. Ralph Winte was there, W-I-N-T-E. There were the names of certain individuals in the Miami area who Barker told me he proposed eventually to approach and may have approached at one time. I had General Cushman's name and telephone extension in it. I had the names and telephone numbers of certain of the technical personnel at CIA who had assisted me in the past at the instance of the White House. I had numerous White House extensions, including those of the Plumbers. I had the unlisted, quote, sterile, unquote, telephone that turned out to have been billed to Miss Chenow's address. Persons I had met in various contexts in New York and the West Coast whom I thought might be worth looking into as Gemstone developed and proliferated in its different aspects. I would not, Mr. Chairman, at this point want to say that that was the totality of the inclusions, but that represents what I can reconstruct from my memory at this time.
Now, do you have any information, or rather any knowledge as to what became of that notebook?
No, sir.
But it was in your safe at the last time that you had access to your safe?
Yes, sir.
And you've never seen it since?
No, sir.
Now, you spoke of having the names of some people at CIA who had afforded you assistance at the request of the White House.
Yes, sir.
Who were they? And what kind of assistance did they afford you?
Well, I had the names of the technical personnel. They were in pseudonym or alias. I don't recall their names at this juncture. I simply had their CIA telephone extensions.
Were they ones that gave you the, rather furnished you the wig and the other instruments in connection with in connection with the entry into Dr. Phelan's office?
And the false documentation and so forth, yes, sir. And
did you have any other projects that they assisted you in other than that?
No, sir.
Now, when Mr. Colson asked you to go to Denver and consult Dita Beard, what did he say he wanted you to tell Dita Beard or ask Dita Beard? Dita.
This was a very complicated mission, Mr. Chairman. I might say that I know that the special prosecutor has in its possession an 8-page memorandum which I drew up immediately following my return from Washington. According to the best evidence rule, I would hope that that would soon be in the possession of the committee if it is not, because it does contain my reconstruction of the events immediately following their occurrence. However, my two basic instructions when I set out to elicit information from Mrs. Beard were to determine A, why she had left Washington, and B, and in effect hidden herself away, and B, whether or not the famous or infamous memorandum concerning ITT was, according to the best of her knowledge, fraudulent. There were many other items that I was charged with. Some of these were reduced to the form of an aide-memoire, which I took out to Denver with me and interrogated her from.
Now, did you disguise yourself in any way when you visited Mrs. Beard?
Yes, sir.
What name did you give her?
I believe it was Warren, consistent with the documentation I was carrying at that time.
Where did you get that documentation?
From the Central Intelligence Agency.
So they did assist you on more than field occasion?
Well, indirectly, yes, sir, but this documentation had been provided me approximately a year earlier.
They gave you a false identification, didn't they? Documents.
Yes, sir, I've testified they gave me false alias documentation.
Did you tell Mrs. Beard who you were representing when you saw her?
The question came up during the course of one of our numerous dialogues that night. I simply confirmed what she had been given to understand by her daughter, that I represented high levels of the administration who were interested in her welfare.
And you did actually represent the special counsel president, Charles W. Colson. You performed the mission at his instance, didn't you?
At his initial request, sir, but I was referred by him to Mr. Wallace Johnson, who was the gentleman who actually dispatched me on the mission and prepared the aid memoir from which I talked subsequently to Mrs. Beard.
Now, who was Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Johnson was at that time, I believe, in the Office of Congressional Relations at the White House. I believe that he is today an assistant to U.S. Attorney General.
Now, I understood you testify yesterday that you recently learned that Mr. Eagle Krogh had received money to cover the expenses of the break-in the field in the office from Mr. Colson?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Now, when did you learn that? And how did you learn it?
I learned it in connection with one of my interviews with the Office of the Special Prosecutor, or in connection with the testimony I was given before the Watergate grand jury.
Do you know where Mr. Colson received the money he gave Mr. Krogh?
Not specifically.
I want to take issue with you about this double agent business. So the basis you rested upon, you rested largely on the fact that Mr. Baldwin was the nephew of a Democrat in Connecticut who happened to be a judge. I don't follow your logic. I used to be a judge in North Carolina, and I was put down, elected by the Democratic Party, and I don't think that would justify any inference that any of my nephews have such a duplicitous character that they would serve as double agents. So I just don't accept the validity of your inference you draw on that basis.
Senator, if I might, I would put an addendum to my prior statement to Senator Weicker and say present company accepted.
Well, good. I thank you for that. But I don't believe it's a very good inference. In the other case, I'm not passing on the merits. You don't know that Mr. Baldwin was what we call a double agent. You just draw some imagination and some surmises and some inferences to that effect. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Senator Baker.
Mr. Chairman, I too do not pass on the merits of that, but I do not exclude that possibility, and I thank you, Mr. Hunt, for the additional information on the possible double agent theory. I expect we may hear more about that as time goes on. George, do you have that? The chairman has suggested a number of items in which the CIA was involved, wittingly or unwittingly. And much of my examination yesterday, Mr. Hunt, dealt with your CIA background and your CIA contacts and support. I'd like to pursue that just for a few moments, if I may, and then I understand from the chairman that we will shortly take the noontime recess so that you'll have a chance to rest a little. You spent, after the Watergate break-in, and when you went to California, where did you stay, Mr. Hunt?
I stayed at the home of an attorney whose name is Morton B. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson have any contact with the CIA?
At one time he did.
What was his contact, do you know?
He was an undercover agent in Southeast Asia for 2 or 3 years.
Why did you choose Mr. Jackson to stay with?
He was the best friend I had at the farthest point I could conceive of from Washington, D.C.
Well, that's a nice balancing judgment. Now, I'm not trying to suggest that there was any great conspiracy by the CIA or that there was direct involvement by the CIA. I'm not trying to suggest anything. I'm just trying to identify those CIA elements that appear, and they're rather considerable. You start out with your own background. You start out with information from the personnel files of CIA to be used in screening people or finding people for your various undertakings. You got a red wig. You've got camera equipment.
Senator?
Yes, sir.
If I may please interject, I believe even Director Helms has testified that it was a brown wig.
Well, I have a great respect for Director Helms, and if he says it was a brown wig, I believe him. And you have identification papers, you have camera equipment, you have recording equipment, you have the processing of film, you have the making of prints, you have help in the assembling of the cables, you have your contact with General Cushman, you have Mr. Jackson, Mr. Morton Jackson, a former CIA agent who you went to as your best friend, fatherist from Washington. The record is simply studded with that sort of thing. Now, what I'm really reaching for, Mr. Hunt, is a pretty important and crucial question, I judge, and that is whether or not the CIA, wittingly or unwittingly, officially or unofficially, was in effect a support agency for your operation and others at the White House. Do you care to characterize it that it was or was not, under those circumstances, a support facility in effect for your operations?
Well, under certainly the initial circumstances, yes, Senator.
Martinez was still on the payroll, I believe, as a consultant for CIA.
So I understand.
Yeah. Well, are there other CIA involvements that I don't know about or I haven't asked you about? Can you embellish that scenario any further?
No, sir.
Well, would you if you could?
Yes, sir.
I ask you if you had a letter of instruction on this project, which I understand to be a phrase of art in the intelligence community. Did the letter of instructions tell you what you should do if you got caught, or did you have orders to that effect from anyone?
No, sir. And by the way, a letter of instruction is only given by the director to a chief of station, not to subordinate personnel.
But you understand that, having been a chief of station?
Yes, sir.
Well, did you have anything equivalent to a letter of instructions?
No, sir.
Would you tell me if you did?
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Bittman tell you how he used that $156,000, how he dispersed it?
How he dispersed it?
Pardon?
I'm sorry, I perhaps misunderstood.
Mr. Bittman, your attorney, did
Yes.
he disclose to you whether he kept the $156,000 or whether he was a cutout, as I understand the additional phrase of art to be, to pass it on to other people?
My understanding then and now, Senator, is that all of the funds went to his law firm and were there retained.
Did you ever discuss with Bittman the CIA relationship, or did he ever suggest to you that you construct a CIA defense, so-called?
We discussed my involvement with the CIA and the coincidental fact that a great many other personalities in the Watergate affair had been at one point or another touched by the CIA in their lives. We did not discuss a so-called CIA defense as it has been described under prior testimony.
Why did you have General Cushman's name and telephone number at the CIA in your address book?
Because it had been given to me on an earlier occasion when I sought technical support.
By whom?
It had been given to me by his assistant, Mr. Wagner.
Carl Wagner?
Yes, sir.
How many times altogether, Mr. Hunt, did you have contact with the CIA at whatever level about support for your several projects?
I would put it at no more than 4 or 5. Excluding the psychiatric profiles, I would up that, I would say possibly 8 or 9.
CIA is, by statute, precluded from involvement in domestic affairs, and even in non-domestic activity within the confines of the United States, according to one reading of the statute. Can you honestly say that in view of all the things I've described to you that the CIA was not involved in domestic activities?
No, sir, nor can I say that the CIA has ever stayed out of domestic activities.
Do you care to elaborate on that?
I would like to consult counsel regarding certain national...
Would you please? It is an important point, really.
I'm going to request the audience to refrain from laughing or signifying any amusement or any approval or disapproval of anything that's said or done by anybody here.
With your permission, I would like to consult counsel regarding certain national security aspects that might be involved in my reply.
Could I interrupt just for a moment? I understood you to say you wanted to confer with your counsel on certain national security aspects of the question that I put, to conserve time and to provide against embarrassment to you or breach of security considerations. May I withdraw that question on the assurance from you and your counsel that we might pursue that further in executive session?
Yes, sir.
As we have done in other national security-related matters. Could you, Mr. Hunt, suggest anyway to this committee how we might legislate against future intervention by the CIA in domestic, especially political activities of this country?
Senator Baker, I believe that legislation is already on the books. How it could be further and better legislated against, I would have no idea.
There are just one or two other questions in this respect, Mr. Hunt. You mentioned that, I believe you mentioned, my notes indicate that you did, that your secretary, Mrs. Hall, is that her name?
No, sir, that was Mr. Colson's secretary.
Mr. Colson's secretary. Mrs. Hall. Did I understand you to say that she had the combination to your safe?
Yes, sir.
Well, if she had the combination of the safe, why was the safe drilled?
I've often wondered.
What else was in that safe besides the two notebooks?
Well, there were a great many items in there, Senator. There have been items which have been described in prior testimony as being political dynamite. These have certainly not been limited simply to the two forged Vietnam cable exemplars, which Mr. L. Patrick Gray said that he burned toward Christmas time or after Christmas time. Now I'm getting into an area that touches upon my basic defense. With your permission, I would like to consult with counsel.
All right, fine. Let's simply skip over that,
All
Mr.
right.
Hunt, just for the moment. You have no idea what happened to those notebooks?
No, sir.
You've given us a number of names and references of material in those notebooks. Can you tell me, do you have any idea why those notebooks disappeared? What was in them that would cause them to be that sensitive if they were, or why they would be a candidate for destruction if they were destroyed?
Certainly, Senator. They would provide a ready handbook by which any investigator with any resources at all could quickly determine the parameters of the Gemstone operation and other operations in which I was involved and contemplated.
The remainder of my 10 minutes won't let me go into what those parameters are, but I'd like to pursue that further at another time, and it may be that you could discuss that with us in an executive session or with an additional line of inquiry later. I have only one or two other questions, Mr. Hunt. I noticed in a letter from you to Mr. Colson, dated December 31st, 1972, one particular reference that caught my attention. In the fourth paragraph, it says, I understand you to say that you would be willing to see my attorney, Bill Bittman, at any time. After my wife's death, I asked him to see you, but his efforts were unavailing. And this is the part I'd like to draw your attention to. And though I believe I understand the delicacy of your overt position, I nevertheless feel myself even more isolated than before. Does the use of that term, your overt position, imply that he also had a covert position?
I was willing to assume that he had a covert position. He had certainly publicly disassociated himself from me, disavowed any intimate knowledge of me, and so forth. I was willing to grant him, if you will, the capacity for having a non-public position toward me, which would have been one of genuine friendship.
This was in December of 1972, and your testimony, as I understand it, is that you first gained knowledge of Mr. Colson's knowledge or notice of Gemstone or the other operations either in January or February of the following year.
January, sir. The preceding year.
Of the preceding year, I'm sorry. So the use of the term overt position, the delicacy of your overt position takes on special importance. I take it then you simply surmise that Colson may have had a covert position as well as an overt activity in December of 1972.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hunt, after the second Watergate entry and the arrest, did you contact anyone at the CIA?
No, Senator.
Have you ever since June 17th, 1972?
Not to the best of my recollection, no, sir.
Do you know why Mr. McCord dispatched a series of letters to Director Helms and others at the CIA after that arrest, those letters appearing in our record as documentary evidence supplied by the agency?
No, sir. I had hoped that there would be some elucidation on that point. I have no personal knowledge of his rationale.
Do you know personally whether Mr. McCord had any relationship to the agency at the time of the break-in and after?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm going to assume that all members of the committee know how they're going to vote on the trial issue, and for that reason we can go ahead with our public hearings during the executive hearing in the Senate on that matter. If there's anybody who dissents from that viewpoint, I'd be glad to hear it.
Mr. Chairman, I don't dissent from it. I think that probably is a fair statement of the situation. However, I may absent myself from the hearings in order to make a statement on that issue in the executive session. So I would propose that the committee continue, although I ask leave not to be here all the time.
Mr. Chairman, I don't quarrel with the statement either, although I would like to hear some of the debate in the executive session.
If there's no objection, I will proceed to conduct the hearings.
Mr. Chairman, just before our recess, Senator Weicker did show Mr. Hunt the photograph of Mr. Buckley, Mr. John Buckley, who was identified as Fat Jack by Mr. Hunt, and I'd like to have that entered in the record, identified as an exhibit, and admitted in evidence.
It'll be marked as appropriately as an exhibit and received as such. The committee will stand in recess till 2 o'clock.
I'll be right back.
That executive session the senators were discussing has to do with the debate over the Trident submarine. It took place in closed session on the Senate floor and had nothing to do with Watergate. We'll be back with more testimony in a moment. Public television's coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is being broadcast as a public service by your local public television station. This is PBS, the public broadcaster.
The Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, NPAC correspondent Jim Lehrer.
As we go back to the hearing, Sam Dash is entering an affidavit into the record.
I'll let you read it. I was told to read it. The committee will come to order, and pursuant to Senate rules, the committee will admit in evidence here an affidavit by Mr. TerHorst at this point, and I'll ask the council to read it.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. TerHorst from the Detroit News, whose name was mentioned yesterday in the testimony by Mr. Hunt, under our rules has submitted the following sworn affidavit, and I'd like to read it into the record. I, Gerald F. TerHorst, hereby swear and depose that under questioning yesterday, September 24, by Mr. Dash Committee Counsel, Mr. E. Howard Hunt acknowledged that he had prepared, quote, a derogatory article on Mr. Leonard Boudin, Ellsberg's lawyer, end of quote, which Mr. Charles Colson, when then White House Special Counsel, intended to pass to a member of the press. Under further questioning, Mr. Hunt testified that this derogatory material was used in an article, quote, authored by Mr. Jerry TerHorst, who represents one of the Detroit newspapers in Washington. It formed the second half of a story that Mr. TerHorst was publishing on Ellsberg and Ellsberg's defense, end of quote. That declaration by Mr. Hunt is untrue and is a slur upon my professional reputation and upon the Detroit News. The information which Mr. Hunt says he wrote about Mr. Boudin was supplied to me in August 1971, as I recall. It was written in spy thriller style and was obviously intended to reflect adversely upon Mr. Boudin and thereby on Mr. Ellsberg for retaining him as his lawyer. I read it and filed it. More than 5 months later, on January 30, 1972, the Detroit News published a story by me about the formation of the Ellsberg Defense Fund, in the process of which I interviewed two of Mr. Ellsberg's defenders, former New York Senator Charles Goodell and Mr. Boudin, among others. The information in my article came from them and public documents. It was in no way a derogatory story, but I hope and believe it was an explanatory one about a very controversial matter, Dan Ellsberg's upcoming trial on the Pentagon Papers. I categorically deny that the information gathered by Mr. Hunt, to quote him, quote, formed the second half of a story, unquote, that I was publishing on Ellsberg, as he testified before your committee. I am closing with this letter, copies of my story and the Boudin material, which Hunt says he wrote, so that you and the other members of the committee can compare them. I am confident such a comparison will prove my point beyond any doubt. Further, I am prepared to so testify under oath in open session before the Select Committee. My reputation as an objective and fair reporter is my most precious possession. I cannot permit aspersions over national television to go unanswered, lest my silence be interpreted as assent. In the interest of fair play, I appeal to you to allow me to set the record straight in whatever fashion you deem appropriate, including the reading of this affidavit in open session of the committee, signed Gerald F. TerHorst, District of Columbia, subscribed and sworn before Notary Public Bernard Morris.
Before I call on Senator Talmadge to question the witness, Mr. Hunt will give you a chance now or in a later time at your option to, if you want to make any comments on the statement of Mr. TerHorst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Talmadge.
Mr. Hunt, I noticed that you and all of your associates in your clandestine operations usually dealt with each other under assumed names. Why was that?
That's normal clandestine practice. Senator, it has to do both with the compartmentation of activities and to support the need-to-know basis.
That was to keep any one individual from knowing any more than he had to know to carry out his operation. Is that a fact?
Yes, sir.
Is that, did you acquire that in CIA training?
And before that in OSS training, yes, sir.
Now, you had a good deal of dealing with a man by the name of Fat Jack, I believe he was commonly referred to, did you not?
Yes, sir.
That's the gentleman that you identified as photographed this morning as Mr. John Buckley, was it not?
Yes, sir.
Did you know at that time that you were dealing with Fat Jack, or Mr. John Buckley, alias Fat Jack, that he was in fact the director of the Office of Inspection, or OEO?
No, sir.
Did you know anything whatever about Fat Jack?
Only that a telephone number which he supplied me on one occasion as an emergency means of contact was not a method by which I was able to reach him. That is to say, I dialed the number supplied by him. A female voice answered. I said, "Is Jack there?" She said, "Jack who?" And I hung up. That was the extent of my attempt to, as it were, penetrate.
When you call that number, that they identify themselves as a federal agency?
No, sir. Not on the extension that was given me.
Was that what's commonly referred to as a stereo telephone, the number that he gave?
I don't know, sir. It may have been a private line he had run into on his desk.
Who directed you to make contacts with Fat Jack?
Mr. Gordon Liddy.
And how many contacts did you have with Fat Jack?
Approximately a dozen.
And where would you meet Fat Jack?
For the most part, by the Roger Smith Hotel in downtown Washington.
And what was the nature of your relationship with Fat Jack, Mr. Buckley, alias Fat Jack?
There came a time when Mr. Liddy asked me as an accommodation to receive materials from a man who was supplying material that he received from a penetration of the Muskie headquarters. And inasmuch as my office was near at hand to both the White House and to the Committee for the Re-election of the President, Mr. Liddy asked me if I would mind meeting this gentleman on occasion when he had material, and I said that I would not at all mind, and so a mutual identification system was established for our first meeting. Material was turned over to me, and that process continued. We each, on the occasion of a meeting, would establish the location and probable time of the succeeding or ensuing meeting.
See if I understand your testimony. Mr. Buckley delivered to you stolen materials from the Muskie headquarters. Is that correct?
Photographically stolen.
Photographically stolen materials from the Muskie headquarters. And he did that on how many occasions?
Approximately 12.
Did you pay him any money for the delivery of these materials?
I paid him monies that I believe to be representative of the charges for the actual development and printing of the films.
Did you pay that money by check or in cash?
No, sir. It was provided to me in an envelope in cash furnished me by Mr. Liddy.
Plain envelope?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what sums of money was in that plain envelope?
I only had one occasion, Senator Talmadge. I only inspected the contents of Fat Jack's envelope because he had told me that there was a bill inside. At the time that I turned the photographic enlargements over to Mr. Liddy, I remarked to him that there was also a bill for photographic services and that Fat Jack had asked to be reimbursed at our next meeting, which is going to come up in X number of days. That was the one time that I knew the exact sum of money that was to be turned over.
And what did you do with the materials that Mr. Buckley turned over to you?
I turned them over to Mr. Liddy.
And that relationship continued until when?
I would say, Senator Talmadge, without having reference to any materials that might more appropriately focus my mind till mid-April.
At that time, it was a consensus of opinion of Mr. Liddy and yourself and others directing the operation that Senator Muskie was no longer a viable candidate for the presidency?
Well, I levied personally no such sort of value judgment. However, the difficulty seemed to be that Mr. Liddy's superiors wanted Fat Jack's agent to transfer to the McGovern campaign, just as my agent, Mr. Thomas Gregory, had transferred to the McGovern campaign. I understood the difficulty was that Fat Jack's agent could not find an opening within the McGovern campaign where he would have access of the sort that he previously had with reference to the Muskie headquarters.
Was that the first time you ever had any relationship with Mr. Buckley?
Yes, sir.
You had any relationship with him since that time?
No, sir.
Now, I call your attention to page 4 of your statement that you read yesterday, paragraph 2, and I quote, "Following indictment and prior to my guilty plea, the court ordered the government to produce all material taken from my White House safe and other evidence. Some material was produced, but significant material was withheld or destroyed." What material was withheld or destroyed?
Senator Talmadge, inasmuch as this relates to a certain motion I've made recently before the court, I request
If it
leave.
has any relationship to your pending indictment or any possible future indictment, I shall not press it. I certainly respect your right to plead any constitutional privilege you may have, and I will not press it under those conditions if you desire not to answer.
No,
Does
sir.
counsel want to be heard?
No, sir, that is not the context.
All right.
There came a time last fall, Senator Talmadge, when the government made what is called, I believe, a discovery of evidence that was held against me, which they intended to introduce against me. At that time, I noted that the two notebooks which we've discussed prior to the luncheon recess were not among the materials missing. I consider them highly significant in terms of a possible defense on my part. They were among the items missing. They were not present.
Do you know what happened to them?
No, sir, I do not.
Now, I believe Mr. Bittman no longer represents you. Would you care to let the committee know why?
I've not completed my reply,
right,
Senator, with your
Sure.
permission. Certainly, before this committee, the then acting director of the FBI has testified that he for a time withheld certain documents that had been taken from my safe. He alleged that he destroyed them by burning at a later date. Certain documents have been brought to my attention either by this committee, its staff, and in conjunction with the grand jury proceedings, which lead me to believe that the government had, in fact, retained and it had within its possession for a substantial period of time materials which could have been useful to my defense. I am also aware of other materials that could have been useful in my defenses that were not among the materials shown me at the time of the discovery took place.
Are you receiving any family support from any source now except your retirement benefits?
No, sir.
You're not. Now, there's one final question I'd like to ask you. I'm impressed with your background. You've served in the United States Navy honorably. You're a graduate of one of the better colleges in the United States of America. You served your country honorably in the Office of Strategic Services during World War II. You had an outstanding career in the CIA in which you were commended twice. Why on earth, after a record of that type, would you get involved in clandestine activities and commit a series of felonies?
I would have to answer Senator Talmadge in two parts. First, I became engaged because I believed that the activities that were proposed to me had the sanction of the highest authorities in our country. Secondly, my 26-year record of service to this country predisposed me to accept orders and instructions really without question, without debate.
Let's see if I understand your reply. First, you thought the end justified the means, and second, if high authority ordered it, you thought it was your duty to obey. Is that answered?
Sir, I would...
Senator Talmadge, may I intervene and suggest that the first part of your question, in my humble opinion, was not an exact paraphrase of what he said. I at least didn't hear him make any suggestion that, in his opinion, the end justified the means.
I certainly don't want to put words in his mouth, but I understood the answer to be similar to that, too. I want the witness to answer in his own words.
As a general rule, Senator Talmadge, I do not believe that the end justifies the means.
You'd been trained to instantly obey orders of high authority, and that was the reason you did what you did?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, no further questions.
Senator Garney. Well, Mr. Hunt, pursuing Senator Talmadge's last question, if I heard you correctly, you answered, in part at least, that you went ahead with this activity because you thought it was on highest authority. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Well, that answer also, in conjunction with what appears on page 5 of your statement, and I will read it here. My participation in the Watergate was an activity authorized within the power of the President of the United States. Could you tell the committee what you mean by that in your statement and also your answer to Senator Talmadge?
Yes, sir. It had been my understanding, my perception, if you will, from November 1971 onward when, and I go back to the time now when I was approached by Mr. Liddy, that he, having invoked first the name of the then Attorney General, John N. Mitchell, and the highest legal authority at the White House, the Counsel of the President, John W. Diem, that these two men certainly possessed a delegated authority from the President of the United States to engage in the contemplated acts.
Well, but of course the contemplated acts, which he told you about in November of 1971, was an intelligence gathering plan for the upcoming presidential campaign. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
That did not involve at that time any discussion between you and Mr. Liddy about a burglary of the Democrat National Committee headquarters, did it?
Not at that time, no, sir.
And wasn't Mr. Mitchell, even though he was Attorney General then, it was well known in Washington and all around the country that he was going to be the campaign director of the campaign to re-elect Mr. Nixon. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And that whatever actions I suppose he was taking at that time or launching of intelligence gathering had to do with a political campaign and nothing to do with the national security of the United States. Isn't that a fact?
Yes, sir, but I would go back to the initial requirements given Mr. Liddy by the Attorney General, which comprehended electronic surveillance and entry operations.
Do you have any evidence that you can give the committee that the President of the United States authorized this?
No, sir.
Let's go back to that first contact of November 1971 by Mr. Liddy. Tell us as briefly as you can, because our time is limited here. What did he tell you?
In accord with your injunction to be brief, Senator Gurney, I will simply say that Mr. Liddy told me that he had been approached by Mr. John Dean in behalf of the Attorney General, that the Attorney General wanted Mr. Liddy to become the General Counsel for the Committee to re-elect the President, but that there would be an ancillary and even more important job connected with that. The Attorney General had in mind that he was proposing the establishment of a large-scale intelligence and counterintelligence collection program with $500,000 as openers, and would my cooperation be available along with that of my four Miami friends and perhaps others whom Mr. Liddy had met previously in conjunction with the Ellsberg affair.
And your reply was?
Yes.
And what happened next?
Mr. Liddy told me that he planned to check out his proposed participation with Mr. Egil Krogh, Jr., and once having cleared that hurdle, he and Mr. Dean, again, this is hearsay, Senator, I want to be very careful to point this out, that he met with the Attorney General. They worked out some specifics, I believe, of salary, position, as well as touching initially on some details of the covert campaign that the Attorney General was proposing. Mr. Liddy informed me of the results of these, kept me posted from time to time. And I very soon began fleshing out a program for him, which eventually became to be known as Gemstone.
Well, now that's going to be my next question. What did you and he discuss? Did you break up areas of planning that you were going to have? And tell us about it.
Yes, sir. There were three principal areas. There was an area of electronic surveillance, the collection of intelligence by electronic means. This was not my bag, so to speak. Mr. Liddy informed me that he and another gentleman whom he did not identify, but said that he was a man I might know inasmuch as he had had a CIA background, would be responsible for that portion of the budget. I was responsible for the so-called human resources portions of the budget, which dealt with the, may I say, more conventional methods of intelligence collection and counterintelligence. This also had to do with the protection of the convention site in San Diego, later on the convention, protection of the convention site in Miami, and the political action aspects, which have come to be known as the Dirty Tricks Department.
Well, how many meetings did you have discussing this and planning it?
From the time that Mr. Liddy and the Attorney General had reached a mutually satisfactory arrangement, I would suppose that Mr. Liddy and I met almost every day.
This is in December?
December and January, up until the time the project had been turned down for a second time.
Now, while you were in the planning stages, did you discuss what you were doing with anyone?
I discussed it with my wife.
Anybody else?
In January, I discussed it with Mr. Colson.
Well, let's
tangentially
take it up prior to that, because I'm going to come to that in a moment.
Excuse me. To the best of my recollection, Senator, I discussed it with no one else.
Did Mr. Liddy ever tell you that he had discussed it with anyone else?
No, sir, not since his initial meeting with Mr. Krogh. And, of course, I don't know the details of that meeting.
Is it your understanding, then, that during this December planning period that you and he were working on this, and as far as the details are concerned, really nobody else knew anything about it, is that right?
With the exception, let me add, of the man whom he called the electronics expert, who eventually turned out to be Mr. McCord.
Yes.
With whom I did not meet until April.
What was your contribution to the plan specifically? You mentioned human resources, counterintelligence, but what specifically?
The project whereby we would be able to collect intelligence from the candidates' headquarters at Miami Beach hotels,
Is that the only part that you contributed?
That was certainly one phase of it.
What about the chase plane?
That was part of the electronic surveillance.
By the way, what in the world were they going to do with a trace plane?
As I understand it, in my comprehension of these things is very, very limited, Senator. The idea was to have a plane with some sort of electronic intercept capability in the vicinity of a candidate's plane, so that voice to ground and that air to ground and ground to air communication could be intercepted by the chase plane.
You mean the plane would be following the candidate's plane? Is that
Yes, that was my general understanding, yes, sir. I don't even know if it's possible.
When did you have your meeting in January with Mr. Colson?
I have to place it between the time of I had two meetings with Mr. Colson.
Well, let me ask you this. Did it occur prior to the presentation by Mr. Liddy to Mr. Mitchell, Dean, and Magruder, which was on January 27th, as I recall?
Yes, sir. I had a meeting with Mr. Colson, at which time I told him that it had become apparent to me that because of the great amount of time I was having to put in with Mr. Liddy, I was going to have to put in commensurately less time for him.
All right. You've testified to
Yes,
that.
sir.
I'm just trying to identify when the meeting occurred.
Yes, sir.
And apparently there was a brief discussion at this time, or an acknowledgement on Mr. Colson's part that he knew there was going to be some kind of an intelligence-gathering program. Is that right?
Yes, sir. I believe I prefaced my remarks, or if not by way of preface, certainly I included them along these lines. I assume that you know what I'm engaged in with Liddy, having to do with the AG's intelligence program.
Of course, this was prior to the first presentation to the Attorney General of the plan. The principals themselves, Mitchell, Magruder, Dean, didn't know anything about it. How could Colson have known anything about it, other than the just general awareness there was going to be some intelligence gathering?
I think that Mr. Colson's response to me was indicative of the fact that he did have knowledge when he said, yes, I'm aware of this, and in fact...
what was he aware of?
The fact that there were plans in the air for a large-scale intelligence collection program.
But isn't it a fact that really all he knew was that there was going to be some sort of a intelligence-gathering program or plan? He couldn't have known anything about the details of Gemstone, could he?
I don't believe I've suggested that he did at that point.
Well, but there has been some confusion, I think, about that.
I think, Senator, if I might put it this way, that there has been a great deal of confusion among the media between Gemstone and Watergate.
I think so, and that's one of the reasons why I'm asking the question.
And I'm perfectly happy and disposed to attempt to clarify that distinction.
Then, after, of course, you had your meeting with Mr. Colson in January, middle of January, sometime in there, Liddy made his first presentation to Mitchell, Magruder, and Dean, and all the testimony that we've had before this committee is, and I'm paraphrasing, I don't recall the exact words, is that Mitchell and company were appalled and shocked at this plan, which involved chase planes, kidnapping people, sexual aberrations, and a whole lot of things. Isn't that a fact?
I don't know it's a fact, Senator, no.
What don't you know it's not a fact?
Well, I don't know that the people were shocked and horrified.
They did reject the plan, didn't they, on the January 27th meeting?
They did, sir, but if I may be permitted to amplify very briefly, it was my understanding from Mr. Liddy that it was simply the price tag that shocked and horrified them.
Your understanding was only a price tag?
That was my understanding.
Were you fully aware of all of the details of the plan? Did Mr. Liddy tell you?
No, sir.
Well,
I don't believe at that time all of the details have been worked out, certainly not at the time that Mr. Liddy gave us.
Well, let me put it this way. Did Mr. Liddy advise you, and did you know of the full details of the plan as it was presented by Liddy on January the 27th?
Of course, Senator, I'm laboring under this difficulty that I don't know what plan Mr. Liddy presented to the gentleman on the 27th of January. I did not see the charts. I was not present.
I thought you helped prepare the charts.
I prepared budgets. I prepared budgets that were related to line items. I don't know how faithfully or to what extent Mr. Liddy carried them through. I don't know what construction he placed on them. I don't know the vociferousness with which he might have pursued each item.
But at any rate, he came back to you and told you that they wouldn't accept his initial plan.
And that we would have to cut down the budget substantially.
I understand my time is up.
The hell away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following Senator Gurney's line of questioning, Mr. Hunt, did you ever see those charts?
No, sir.
Can you tell us where these charts were made?
No, sir.
May I now ask you a few questions on your meeting with Mrs. Dita Beard?
Yes, sir.
How many hours did you spend with her, sir?
These were sporadic meetings, Senator. Might I set the scene for fuller comprehension? I arrived out in Denver well after dark, probably 9 or 10 o'clock at night. Made telephonic contact with her physician. Took some time to get in from the airport. I probably got to her bedside no earlier than 11 o'clock that night. I introduced myself under the pseudonym that had been agreed upon and under which she had agreed to see me, having had prior reference to her daughter's guaranteeing of my bona fides. She was initially very suspicious. I also believed that she was under sedation and was not grasping thoroughly the situation. I had a number of questions to put to her. She was reluctant to answer them at first. There came a time shortly after, perhaps within the first 20 or 30 minutes, when her physician, who was then in attendance upon her, suggested that I step into the corridor, which I did. He indicated that he wanted to administer oxygen or some sort of other aid, chemical aid to her. I chose that time to absent myself, go to a pay telephone, and report back to Mr. Charles Colson at his home telephone number, which I did. I just want to establish that this is a pattern that occurred throughout the night for perhaps until perhaps 3:30 or so in the morning. I would interview her for a time, ask her questions. The physician would intervene after a space of time. I would absent myself, call back to Mr. Colson's home to make a report, seek further instructions, which I would then act upon in my succeeding session with her. So that one could say that I had been with her from, say, 11 o'clock at night till roughly 3 in the morning, but not all of that time in any sense was occupied in direct face-to-face colloquy.
What did you discuss, sir?
Well, we discussed a great many items, sir. I've made consistent reference before the staff of this committee to an 8-page single-spaced memorandum which I dictated at White House request immediately upon my return from Denver, and which certainly would be the best evidence of all of the subjects of our discussion. I had also in my possession at that time a rather brief aid memoir which had been provided to me by the office of Mr. Wallace Johnson. I used some of those questions in my elicitation with her. At the same time, during telephonic conversation with Mr. Colson, I would receive other questions of which I would make pencil notations, and then take them back to her bedside.
Did you suggest to Mrs. Beard that she should announce to the press that the memo in the hands of Mr. Anderson was a forgery?
I recall no such suggestion, sir. I believe that the brief under which I was sent to Denver to speak with her could be categorized under two broad headings. A, why had she left the Washington area and, in effect, isolated herself in this particular hospital? And B, was the famous or the notorious ITT memorandum a forgery?
Did she tell you that it was a forgery?
To the best of my recollection, she left it up in the air. She indicated to me, and again my memorandum would be the best evidence on this, the impression I now have of Mrs. Beard's recollections, and I want to stress that she seemed to be under heavy sedation while we were conferring, was that she was quite sure that she had not written it.
Mr. Colson, under oath, indicated that the interview of Mrs. Beard was your idea. Was this your idea?
I do not recall it as so being.
Are you suggesting that this was Mr. Colson's plan?
I don't believe it was Mr. Colson's plan. I think that Mr. Colson was involved or engaged peripherally on the fringe of an action group within the White House that had been set up to deal with, if I can put it that way, the Dita Beard ITT controversy, and that I was brought into the affair as an agent of Mr. Colson's.
I gather from your interview with the staff that you had 4 meetings with Mr. Segretti, 3 in Miami. On your second meeting, Mr. Segretti wanted some information from you or some assistance to locate a reliable printer. What did Mr. Segretti mean by a reliable printer?
A printer in whom he could have confidence, Senator.
One who would not speak out?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware of the material that Mr. Segretti wanted to print or reproduce?
Not specifically, no, sir.
Did he describe the material to you?
No, sir. In fact, when he asked me, I don't think he had, at that moment, any particular material to give to the printer. But it was certainly my understanding that with the Florida primaries hard upon us, that he would be needing the services of this printer in connection with the Florida primaries.
Was it your understanding that the printing material would be something quite improper? Something that a legitimate printer would not print?
Not necessarily, Senator. I believe that, well, it's hard for me to speculate on that particular point. I'm troubled by the word improper. What we were looking for, what I understood Mr. Segretti to be looking for, was a printer who was sufficiently security conscious that he would not pass samples of his work around to people who might be hostile to Mr. Segretti's purposes.
You also suggested on your third trip that Mr. Segretti should distribute false invitations to a Muskie picnic.
Yes, sir.
Did you make any similar suggestions to Mr. Segretti?
With regard to picnics, Senator?
Picnics, disrupting meetings, etc.?
On the occasion of that particular meeting, which was in concert with Mr. Liddy, we drew Mr. Segretti's attention to a Newsweek article which was in effect a reprint of a former article, I believe, which had appeared in the Woman's Wear Daily, which consisted of a factual interview with Mrs. Edmund Muskie. And it was my suggestion that Mr. Segretti, make sure that the Newsweek reprint received substantial distribution in the Miami area.
Were these meetings carried out as part of your official duties in the White House as a consultant?
No, sir.
Who paid for your trip?
They were in concert with Mr. Liddy. May I explain the Segretti relationship?
Please do, sir.
I don't think we touched on this before in public. There came a time, I believe in late January of '72, when Mr. Liddy informed me that there seemed to be a problem of penetration by a suspected Democrat infiltrator at the headquarters of several Republican state headquarters. In each instance, the would-be penetrator answered the same physical description. He was short, he wore rimless glasses, he introduced himself to the Republicans as coming or emanating from the highest levels in Washington, and he proposed to them that, to show them how they could win elections in their areas. I think when 3 such similar reports had been received, either at the White House or at the Committee for the Re-election of the President, Mr. Liddy was alerted and in turn alerted me. Some few days elapsed. The gentleman in each instance had identified himself as being named Donald or Don Simmons. Within a few days, Mr. Liddy got back to me and said that this was one we wouldn't have to worry about because Simmons was in fact already on board, that he was working for the Republicans and in fact working for someone who was high up in the White House. However, he said because Simmons had been detected, or at least his activities seemed suspicious to a number of legitimate Republican groups around the country, he, Liddy, and I were asked specifically to rendezvous with Simmons Segretti in Miami and evaluate him, A, as a person, and B, in terms of what his professional contributions conceivably could be to the campaign. We did that during the meeting at the Frolics Motel in Miami Beach. Each of us formed a similar impression of Mr. Segretti, that the activities that he acknowledged being involved in were sophomoric in nature, could be little more than an irritant on the side of the Democrats and a possible embarrassment to the Republicans. In short, we returned to Washington with a joint recommendation that whoever was employing Mr. Segretti, as I now know his name to be, cease and desist. Mr. Liddy, however, informed me subsequently that he had been overridden and that we were being asked to monitor his activities and to help him when possible and see that he stayed out of trouble. We had no monetary, financial responsibility for him, nor did we have any operational direction of Mr. Segretti.
Who was Mr. Segretti's director?
I did not learn, have not learned except through hearsay, sir.
Did you see the finished products of Mr. Segretti's work, the printing?
On one occasion I did, sir. I saw he rather gleefully showed me, and I think that this was on the occasion of my second or third meeting with him when he was staying in a motel on South Brick Hill Avenue in Miami. He showed me a Dayglow poster in 2 colors and indicated to me that this had been tacked up by friends and associates of his gang, as he put it, on telephone poles, fence posts, and so forth, in a particular area of Florida, which I inferred to be northern Florida.
Mr. Barker has maintained that, as per your instructions, he mailed copies of these printed material to you, care of the Mullen Associates. Is that correct?
Of that specific item?
The printed material, yes.
He may very well have done so on one occasion, which was simply, in which case I was simply acting as a cutout.
Did you receive them?
I recall receiving a package from Barker, which he got from the printer. I received it and simply forwarded it on to the accommodation address that Segretti had on the West Coast.
Thank you very much, sir.
Some to wipe up.
I'd like to, if I could, just go over the subject with you, Mr. Hunt, of access to various government agencies. I believe you discussed the CIA in rather some detail, so I'll not refer back to that. But let's move on to your access to the State Department. Could you indicate to me the number of telegrams which you received or retrieved from the State Department during this period of time when you were putting the falsified cables together?
To be
roughly.
To be accurate, Senator, I had copies made at the Department of State, so it was copies that I received. I would have to estimate well over 200, somewhere in the nature of between 200 and 400 cables. However, these cables themselves are in the hands of the government, and if a head count is necessary, I'm sure one could be made.
Well, that's a considerable amount of work. Could you indicate to me who it was at the State Department that assisted you in this task? I mean, or did you just arrive at the State Department in an empty room and with a Xerox machine and cables? You must have had some contact at the State Department.
Yes, sir. Once my bona fides were established at the State Department archive room, where the chronological files were kept, I would go through the chronological file drawers, extract cables that I wanted reproduced, stack them on the desk at which I was working, and an individual would come by and collect those, go off, reproduce them, return the originals to the chronological drawer, and at the end of the day, leave me with a stack of cables to take back to my White House safe.
But obviously, this isn't something that anyone can do and would require some sort of a contact at the State Department. Could you indicate to me who that individual was?
Perhaps I misunderstand you, Senator. Do I know the name of the individual who did the Xeroxing for me?
These cables, as I understand it, are still considered as classified material.
Yes, sir.
And obviously, there has to be someone at the State Department to give the authorization and to take you in hand to that area where the cables are going to be copied, and I'd like to know who it is.
Senator, I believe it's a matter of record that Mr. David Young of the Plumbers unit directed a memorandum to Mr. McComber, who is, I think, Assistant Secretary of State or Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Administration, requesting that I be granted access to the chronological files of the department.
I see. Then, in other words, it was Mr. Young in his, capacity as a member of the National Security Council?
No, sir.
In what capacity?
Well, by the time he joined the Plumbers, he had left Dr. Kissinger's unit.
I see. As a member of the White House staff?
Yes, sir.
And he contacted Mr. William McComber, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And it was Mr. McComber that set up the conditions by which you could accomplish the copying of these cables?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Now, to get on to the Department of Justice, did you at any time receive any information from Mr. Robert Mardian?
I personally received no information from him. I saw information across my desk that had been sent by Mr. Mardian to others within the Plumbers unit and outside.
And this was at the time that Mr. Mardian was at the head of the Internal Security Division?
Yes, sir.
And the information from Mr. Mardian was addressed to who? When you say others, who would others be?
Messrs. Krogh and Ehrlichman, I would say.
And the information related to what?
Principally to the Ellsberg affair.
When you say principally, what other matters were touched upon?
Problems with leaks.
I see. Did this relationship continue between Mr. Mardian and yourself after Mr. Mardian left the Department of Justice and, in fact, was a member of the Committee to Re-elect the President?
I had no personal relationship with Mr. Mardian, Senator. I'm sorry if I gave that impression.
Now, relative to what is commonly known as the Kissinger taps, 17 taps which have been referred to in the press and elsewhere, at any time, did you have access to any of the information relative to those taps or any one of those taps?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
Did any member of your group, Mr. Liddy, did he have access to any of the information of those taps?
I don't know, sir. I was not aware of their existence.
You were not aware of their existence?
I was not aware of their existence.
Fine. Now, to return for a minute to the actual break-in and the origins of the break-in in Dr. Fielding's office, would you please tell this committee as to when it was, in relation to the actual break-in, that you contacted the 4 Cuban Americans to request them to come to Los Angeles for purposes of this mission?
It's very difficult for me to put a precise date on that, Senator. I suspect that I must have sounded out Mr. Barker some days prior to August 25th, which was the date when Mr. Liddy and I flew to the West Coast to make our feasibility study and preliminary reconnaissance. And I say that because I think that I would have wanted to know beforehand whether or not an entry team could be formed from among my Cuban contacts in South Florida. Certainly I did it after the initial feasibility study and prior to the break-in. I would place it then toward the end of August, say around August 20th, something like that.
So this would be, what, several days just prior to the break-in they were flown out to Los Angeles? Just several days before the actual break-in?
No, sir. Several days prior to the time Mr. Liddy and I went alone to Los Angeles.
You initially notified Mr. Barker?
For our reconnaissance study.
I see. And did you give a date certain as to when they should come to Los Angeles at that time, or did you call from Los Angeles and request their presence?
No, sir. The procedure was a little more complicated than that. Mr. Liddy and I returned from Los Angeles on or about the 27th of August. We submitted a report of our findings, a rather detailed study which included photographs which had been developed for us and printed by the CIA, both internal and external photographs. There was a period of waiting while this report was being considered by Mr. Krogh and, I now understand, others.
In other words, the preliminary report was submitted to Mr. Krogh?
Yes, sir.
And when you say others, who would that include?
I assumed then, and I assume now, that Mr. Ehrlichman was also considering the report, inasmuch as our findings were that a secure entry could be made, and in fact was.
And then who gave the final authorization to proceed with the actual break-in? You say you returned to Washington.
Yes, sir.
While these photographs were being developed, while consultation took place, and on whose instructions then did you return to Los Angeles for the actual break-in?
Well, Mr. Liddy told me it's go, we've got the green light. I then communicated with my assistants in Florida and told them to be in Los Angeles at the Beverly Hilton Hotel on a date certain where we would converge, and I would give them details of the operation, which they did not have at that point. In addition, there was a question of money, of financing. A certain budget had been drawn up. We reached a point when Mr. Liddy and I were waiting in room 16 for the funds for the operation to be produced. And,
room 16 being in the White House?
Plumbers room, no, in the old executive office building, Senator. And time was growing very short in terms of the departure of our scheduled aircraft. Almost at the last minute, Mr. Krogh came in very hurriedly, handed an envelope to Mr. Liddy, and said, "Okay, here it is, get going." Mr. Liddy took the money, we left, took a taxi, went to the airport, flew to Chicago, made certain photographic purchases out there, overnighted in Chicago, and in the morning flew to Los Angeles, where we met with the men who had flown directly there from Miami.
And the meeting at the Beverly Hilton Hotel then with the 4 Cuban Americans, prior to their appearing in Los Angeles, they did not know the nature of the mission?
They did not know the target of the mission.
They did not know the target. They knew the nature.
They knew it was an entry operation.
An entry operation.
Yes,
and
sir.
it had been presented to them, and I don't mean to put words in your mouth, or rather to Mr. Barker, who was the man that you were dealing with, that this was a matter which could not be handled by either the FBI or the CIA, but was a national security matter, and a new operation was being set up to handle it. Is that?
Yes, sir.
Correct. Now, in the actual break-in itself, or rather after the break-in, did you meet with Mr. Barker and Mr. Diego and Mr. Martinez in the hotel?
Very briefly, yes, sir.
And was it at the hotel which they reported to you the results of their break-in?
I think I had prior knowledge by means of walkie-talkie communication Senator, but I certainly was given to understand the full details at the hotel. When they walked into the room where I was waiting, it did not come as a surprise to me that they had been unsuccessful. I'm quite sure that either Mr. Liddy or Mr. Barker, by means of walkie-talkie, had already communicated with me that the search had been fruitless.
And subsequent to that, at any time, did you discuss with Mr. Barker the possibility that a similar mission would be carried out, this time directed at Dr. Fielding's home rather than his office, because of the failure to achieve any success at the office?
I might very well have done so. It was very much in Mr. Liddy's mind and in my mind, and we reduced this to memorandum form within the White House.
I beg your pardon?
This was very much within Mr. Liddy's mind and my mind, and we reduced this to memorandum form within the White House as an alternate suggestion.
After your return from Los Angeles?
After I returned from Los Angeles.
And you reduced it to memorandum form that an attempt should be made on Dr. Fielding's home?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any response to that memorandum?
No written response. When I inquired about it after the passage of a couple of weeks, I think I was told by Krogh or Young, forget about it or put it on the back burner, it's not going to happen.
I believe my time is up on this round, so...
Senator Montoya.
Mr. Hunt, now that your recollection is perhaps better due to the questioning in the secret sessions with the staff and with this committee, and in light of what has developed, do you feel that you were let down by people in the White House and the committee to re-elect the president?
I do.
In what manner?
Their failure to interpose themselves between the 7 of us who were initially indicted and the severe penalties of the law that have been imposed upon us, their failure to support our families, to continue to pay our legal fees, to exert every reasonable effort in our behalf.
What particular individuals in authority at either the White House or the CRP or both would you feel had some kind of responsibility to reciprocate to you and the other defendants?
I would say primarily the Attorney General, the Attorney General's successors.
And who else? You mentioned the White House.
Well, I certainly consider a cabinet member to be an adjunct of the White House.
What about Mr. Colson?
Well, Mr. Colson, to my knowledge, was not involved in the Watergate break-in per se. He was not one of the ones who insisted that to Mr. Liddy that the second entry be carried out.
Well, when you mention the word per se, does that imply that he was involved in some other way?
Only to the extent that I have heretofore described it, that I believed him at one point in time, pardon me, let's strike that, that I believed him at one period in January to have had knowledge of an overall plan that did not include the Watergate break-in per se.
Is it your feeling that because he had a wide knowledge and understanding of the overall plan, that he might have thought that break-ins might have been involved without any specificity as to the Watergate entry?
I could draw that conclusion, that inference, yes, sir.
All right, now on page 396 of the transcript of the questions and answers in the secret session with the staff, Mr. Dash asked you the following, and you responded as I will read.
Excuse me, Senator, could you give us that date and page again?
Page 396.
What day?
The September 13th interview. Mr. Dash, can you state as clearly as you can what you in your own mind believed or what wavelength you were on with Mr. Colson when you understood him to indicate that he knew what you were doing with Mr. Liddy? Mr. Hunt, yes. He knew that I was working with Mr. Liddy in covert operations and would be working with Mr. Liddy in covert operations for the duration of the campaign. Mr. Dash. And that, as you indicated, he knew that this had some high administration approval. Yes, Mr. Hunt, yes. Now, Mr. Armstrong, you stated, I believe, that he was aware that you were considering use of the Cuban assets in this capacity. Mr. Hunt, I think I mentioned that to him because I had used them previously at the behest to take political soundings in the Miami area. Then on page 397, Mr. Dash asked you the following question again. So he was fully aware of your role and your use of those assets at the time subsequent to the break-in, but at the time of his discussion with you concerning this larger plan? Yes, Mr. Dash. Now, leading up then, with that in mind, how often, by the way, were you in communication with Mr. Colson during the period of, say, January through February? Mr. Hunt, I don't think I saw him more than 3 or 4 times. Then down below, that was in February. Prior to that, I saw him in January. This is Mr. Hunt. I saw him in January. I know I dropped around to give him New Year's greetings shortly after the New Year. I don't think we had very much to say at that time. He was a man who was perhaps one of the busiest men in the White House. Now, Mr. Dash, on page 398, can you place then about when was it? January? I'm not sure we said January, that you had this kind of discussion with Mr. Colson, where you had indicated that you were going to be doing work with Mr. Liddy. Was it at that time that he indicated he understood that you were what you were doing, Mr. Hunt? Yes, that was the month of January. And do you know when in the month? I would place it toward the middle of January. And then subsequently, for your statement, your opening statement indicated on page 5, as I have read it to you before, and I'm quoting you, my participation in the Watergate was an activity authorized within the power of the President of the United States. B, and if my participation was not so authorized, I justifiably believed that it was. Now, why do you say that the participation was an activity authorized within the power of the President of the United States? Did you have any communication with anyone in the White House who might have indicated that to you?
Who might have indicated that it was within the power of the President of the United States?
Yes.
That was a subjective judgment, and I believe an informed judgment on my part, Senator, that the
yes, but
instruction...
you had to base it on something.
Yes, sir. I based it on my credible belief that Mr. Liddy was speaking in behalf of the Attorney General of the United States, Mr. Mitchell, when he secured my cooperation for the enterprise.
Well, isn't it a fact that the only man with respect to this operation that you were in touch with at the White House level was Mr. Colson?
The only man I had what, sir?
The only man at the White House level that you were in touch with respect to this operation was Mr. Colson?
And Mr. Liddy.
All right. Now, I gather from the transcript which was taken by Mr. Colson of the telephone conversation with you in November of 1972 that Mr. Colson tried very hard to exculpate himself from any involvement and to close you off as you were beginning to open the Watergate door in the conversation. Now, he did this quite a few times. You've read this transcript, have you not?
I have, Senator.
Now, do you assign any significance to Mr. Colson's repeated closing of the door, of the Watergate door in that conversation?
I do.
What is that significance?
That it was self-serving.
All right. Now, when did you first realize that it was a self-serving colloquy or dialogue with Mr. Colson?
During the course of that conversation.
Did you tell him anything about it?
Excuse me, may I refer to the conversation itself?
The transcript does not reflect that. Did you tell him anything about your suspicion that you were being set up in this conversation?
No, sir.
All right. Did you indicate this to anyone else before?
Before the conversation, Senator?
That you were being set up?
No, sir. I had no idea I was being set up.
Your first statement with respect to being set up was made before this committee today. Is that it?
Senator, if I may interject, I don't think it was clear to Mr. Hunt as to the date before which you were asking him whether he had made that statement.
I'll repeat the question. Did you ever make a statement to anyone else, other than to this committee today, that it was your belief that you were being set up by Mr. Colson during this telephone conversation?
Yes.
To whom did you make it?
I made it to members of your staff.
Before today?
Before today.
All right. Now, in that, in your letter, or in the phone conversation, you stated to Mr. Colson, and I will read exactly from the transcript, on page 5, well, that's fine, for we're protecting the guys who are really responsible. But now that's that. And of course, that's a continuing requirement. But at the same time, this is a two-way street. And as I said before, We think that now is the time when a move should be made, and surely the cheapest commodity available is money. Now, what did you mean by the guys? Who did you have in mind? And what did you mean with respect to money?
I met John Mitchell, Jeb Magruder, and John Dean.
All right. Did you have Ehrlichman in mind?
No, sir.
Ehrlichman had approved your employment initially, had he not?
Yes, sir.
Did you have Mr. Colson in mind?
No, sir, because I was addressing him.
And what did you mean that the cheapest commodity available is money? In what context were you referring to this particular commodity?
That's almost a saying within the clandestine services, Senator. Let me approach it this way, that there is no such thing as an expendable human being. The human resources are not expendable. Money is an expendable resource. Therefore, it's a commodity that is relatively cheap.
Yeah, but how are you going to use it? You must have had something in mind.
In terms of our own defense,
All right.
our legal fees.
Now, did you, who insisted Mr. Hunt, that the second break-in of the DNC take place?
In the context of Mr. Liddy's insistence, and again I'm hypothesizing now, I would have to put it to John Mitchell, because I don't think that Mr. Liddy would have been as responsive to Jeb Magruder. It was absolute flat insistence. I argued against it for 3 days.
My time is up. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Hunt, am I not correct in inferring from your testimony that after you began to work with Mr. Liddy, that most of your things you did were political matters rather than national security matters?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Chairman, that you're saying that is your inference?
I say after you started working with Mr. Liddy, most of your activities had to do with political matters, did they not?
Yes, sir.
Now, of course, you're receiving this information from Muskie's campaign headquarters through Mr. Buckley. Was nothing in the world but politics, was it?
Principally.
Yeah. Well, was it entirely so?
Not unless, sir, it could be demonstrated or proved by virtue of the material that we were receiving that improper donations were being made from whatever source.
Well, now, Mr. Liddy was working for the committee the Finance Committee to re-elect the president at that time, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
And you know of your own knowledge that the CIA, the State Department, and the Department of Justice was cooperating with the political committees, don't you?
Excuse me, may I consult with counsel on this point? It's a very important one.
I was about to ask permission to consult with Mr. Hunt about that because I don't understand the question, and he has just said to me that he doesn't understand the question. I don't think that's any reflection on the question. I think it's a reflection on our understanding.
Well, all I hope is we understand the answer to it when the answer is given.
Well, I think the question is that we don't quite have in mind the kind of cooperation you have in mind in your question.
Well, now, Mr. Mardian in the Justice Department was giving information to somebody, wasn't he? To your knowledge.
Yes, sir.
Who was he giving information to?
He was giving it to Messrs. Krogh, Young, and Liddy.
And they were working there in the White House.
Yes, sir.
And you know that none of that information was transmitted by them to the committee to re-elect the president?
Senator, I believe my difficulty has to do with the time frame that we're addressing. If we could limit...
I'm anxious. Anytime before the break-in on the 17th day of June, wasn't it, as a matter of fact, weren't those people in charge of the president's campaign getting cooperation in the activities from the State Department, the Department of Justice, and the CIA?
If that is your question, as I now understand it, Senator, I would have to say that that lies beyond the purview of my knowledge. I have no knowledge of that.
Well, you know there was no national security involved when you got given access to the telegrams in the State Department. That was purely and simply an effort to discredit the possibility that Teddy Kennedy, the brother of former President Jack Kennedy, might be a candidate, wasn't it?
Senator, with all respect, I would not myself place so broad a construction upon that.
Well, what in the world how would national security be promoted by the State Department officials giving you access to telegrams so you could fabricate telegrams which didn't exist?
Senator, I don't believe I've suggested that that was a national security exercise.
Well, that's what I'm asking. I'm asking if it wasn't a political exercise.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now, when you and Mr. Liddy discussed with some of the representatives of Howard Hughes, or alleged representatives of Howard Hughes, the possibility of making a surreptitious entry into the offices or place of business of Greenspun, that had nothing to do with national security, did it?
No, sir.
That was to get information which they thought might be used in some way to discredit the candidacy of Senator Muskie.
Yes, sir.
Now, you contend that the surreptitious entry to the office of Dr. Phelan did involve national security. Can you explain to me how it happened, what you were trying to get there first, trying to get the information about the psychiatrist's notions or opinions about the psychological or mental state of Ellsberg, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
Now, can you explain to me how the notion of Dr. Phelan in respect to the psychological or mental state of Ellsberg affected national security?
Yes, sir, I will attempt to do so. And I will go back to a period in time at which it became known to me and to others in room 16 that following Dr. Ellsberg's final delivery of the last installments of the stolen Pentagon documents to the New York Times and to other portions of the media, that he had, I believe, telephoned his psychiatrist or analyst, Dr. Fielding, and communicated to him, in effect, his sense of great relief that he had at last done this. We were interested in room 16, and I may not have covered this before this forum previously. I can't recall whether I did it in staff session with this committee or possibly with the grand jury. There was, shortly following the indictments that were drawn and presented against Dr. Ellsberg and others, a continuing debate within the White House itself that extended to the Department of Justice concerning the prosecutability of Dr. Ellsberg. He had given a reason or a motivation for his act of theft, which was not comprehensible to, say, Mr. Lee, Mr. Young, Mr. Krogh, Mr. Marty, and others who were involved specifically in the prosecution and the drawing up of indictments against this gentleman. At the same time, I questioned his rationale. I could not comprehend Dr. Ellsberg's motives for having done so drastic a thing, and it occurred to me that before one embarked upon the lengthy and very trying process of prosecuting a man who was by now a national figure and running the risk of martyrizing him, that we really should explore every avenue possible to determining what was at the basis of his motivation.
Well, you were doing this as one of the plumbers, weren't you?
Yes, sir, I was.
Well, what business was it of the plumbers to have anything to do with the prosecution of Dr. Ellsberg? That was a matter for the Department of Justice.
We have been asked to look into it, sir.
Not by the Attorney General of the United States, or by the District Attorney out there. Who asked you?
Well, I can only say that Mr. Krogh, who was the highest level official with whom I was dealing...
Well, you know, Mr. Krogh had nothing to do with prosecuting cases in the federal courts.
Yes, sir. But I know that there was a continuing White House input into the case.
For the life of me, I can't see what business the plumbers had to do with the prosecution of Dr. Ellsberg. That was something that the law entrusted to the Department of Justice and their subordinates, the district attorneys in California.
I'm not sure that Mr. Hunt understands that you're asking him a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I think he might like to agree with you and say, but they did.
You have asked me a question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Concerning the motivation for the entry into Dr. Fielding's offices, and with your indulgence, I would like to at least supply you with my view of the operation.
Well, I'll certainly indulge you.
Thank you, sir. There was, on the one hand, the legal argument that was going on among the lawyers in the White House and in the Department of Justice concerning the form and nature of the indictments that have been withdrawn against Ellsberg. I, from the public relations point of view, or the psychological warfare point of view, if you will, felt that unless a hard and fast case could be made against Dr. Ellsberg, it was better to drop the prosecution than to proceed on grounds which I perceived to be rather shaky. And my perception was based upon comments made within the Plumbers unit concerning the way in which the indictments themselves have been drafted. A third possibility occurred to me based upon my, if I may so say, extensive experience in the counter-espionage field, that Dr. Ellsberg, by virtue of his contact with foreign nationals, particularly foreign women during his years in Saigon, during his leaves of absence which took him to Europe, his experimentation in hallucinogenic drugs, all of this sort of thing created to me a pattern of bizarre conduct that I thought that the Soviets, at the very least, would be quick to take note of. At about this time, we received within the Plumbers a report to the effect that the Soviet embassy or Soviet agents had in their hands, prior to the delivery of Pentagon Papers to the New York Times, a full or partial set of...
Well, who gave you that report?
I can't be more specific, sir, than to say that I believe that it emanated from Mr. Krogh. But in any case, it was accepted as gospel within the Plumbers, and it was one of the basic reasons for the Fielding entry. Now, I move on, and I don't want to take more time than is absolutely necessary on this. We move ahead to the planning of the Fielding entry operation. We knew at this juncture that there had been a communication between Dr. Ellsberg and his psychiatrist in which Dr. Ellsberg expressed great relief that this burden of his was over with. We assumed by this token that there certainly must be something within Dr. Fielding's files that would reflect a long-standing psychological trauma, if you will, concerning, which would give us a more thorough understanding of Dr. Ellsberg's motivations. I, for one, thought that it might be a trauma that had been produced within Dr. Ellsberg by his having participated wittingly or unwittingly as an agent for the Soviet Union.
Well, my point is this: why was this not left to the CIA insofar as any supposed contacts with foreign countries are concerned, or to the FBI in respect to any action he may have taken in this country? I just can't see how the Plumbers wanted to substitute for the CIA and the FBI and the Department of Justice.
One would have to go back, I suppose, Senator, to the President's reasons for the formation of the Special Investigations Unit, that the, quote, traditional investigative agencies of the government were deemed inadequate.
So the Plumbers were formed because the President thought that the CIA and the FBI were inadequate for the job?
I can only quote the President on that, sir.
Well, what did you hear him say something on that?
Over the radio, yes, sir.
And so that's the reason the Plumbers were formed, because the President came to the conclusion that the CIA and the FBI were inadequate to perform the task committed to them by the acts of Congress.
Excuse me. The answer is yes.
Now, did you find a reliable printer for Mr. Segretti?
From the sublime to the ridiculous. Yes, sir.
Well, I don't know which is sublime and which is ridiculous.
Printer.
But I won't pursue that. He told you, in fact, he wanted to get a printer that wouldn't tell anybody about what he printed or disclose it. Isn't that a fact?
Yes, sir.
So he wanted to keep his operation secret.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now, what did Liddy tell you in June 1972 about who was going to take care of the people involved in the Watergate matter?
When Mr. Liddy appeared on the 21st of June at the home of Mr. Jackson, where I was staying, he appeared unannounced. I immediately took up with him my most urgent problem, which was that of obtaining counsel in Washington. I did not want it to appear or be construed that I was a fugitive in any sense. I was not. I felt that the sooner I could obtain East Coast representation, the better off I would be. I asked Mr. Liddy about that. He said, well, we're working on that. He said, but everything is going to be taken care of, just like the company. By the company, I understood him to mean CIA, according to clandestine practice. I then said to him, and I believe I used rather saltier terms, but who in effect is in charge now? Is there an action officer now that the initial paralysis has worn off the White House? And he said, yes, as I left this morning, or as of this morning, Mardian is the action officer.
Now, you realized at that time and thereafter that McCord, you knew that McCord was security agent for the committee to re-elect the president. And you knew that Liddy was the general counsel, or had been the general counsel for the finance committee to re-elect the president. And that the trail of evidence led from the Watergate into the committees to re-elect the president, didn't it?
And threw me into the White House.
Yes. And so, didn't you tell Mr. Colson in a conversation in November 1972 that they were sort of slow about coming up with the money, and that the matter had been that the go-between in getting the money for the attorney fees and so on was Mr. Parkinson, and that Mr. Parkinson didn't seem to be very effective.
May I consult the record?
It's on page 3 of the Colson's recording of your conversation between you and him. Yes, 1972. It's in the second paragraph of the recorded conversation on the part of Mr. Hunt.
What page? What page is that, Senator?
It's page 3. It's near the end of the paragraph that starts with H, O, yay. In other words, this is a...
Yes, sir, I have it now. I've scanned it.
Now, you knew that Mr. Parkinson was one of the counsel for the committees to re-elect the president, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And so here we have the situation. Here is a committee which was held with evidential tracks leading from the Watergate into the committees to re-elect the president, and here was the counsel for the committees to re-elect the president being the man that was intermediary to supply the funds for the defense of the persons involved in the criminal indictment.
If that's a question, the answer is yes, sir.
Yes. So we have this peculiar situation that here is a committee which is anxious to avoid having any of its officers implicated, financing the defense of the people who are involved in the indictments.
Well, of course, Senator, I don't know that the committee was financing the defendants.
Well, you did know that Mr. Parkinson was the intermediary that received the requests for defense and support funds from the 7 people subject to the indictment.
Yes, sir.
I think I've used up my time.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh,
Mr. Chairman, could I ask what the committee's plans are as to time? And
it all depends on how many questions there are. I mean, it's hard to tell. And I know that...
could we have a short recess?
Yes, sir. And I understand that Mr. Hunt is not feeling too well, and we will try to cooperate. He's been cooperating with the committee, and we'll try to cooperate with him. We don't want to impose on him too much at one time, and any time you want some recesses, well, let us know.
Mr. Chairman,
and we'd be glad to have any suggestion that you and Mr. Hunt might make about the time of termination of today's...
Well, I think it fair to... I think Mr. Hunt would want me to say that it isn't that he doesn't feel well, but this has been going on for days and days, and I think it's fairly obvious, really, that he runs down.
Let's see. It's...
We can do it before. Let's not end it today and start.
Oh. Yeah. How many? Y'all got some more questions there? I can make it in the meeting. How about you? Yeah. I think maybe, well, we have counsel also. I was trying to find an additional census. How many questions you got? What time to take it?
Actually,
Interrupt.
Yes.
I do think it would be Mr. Hunt's preference, if it were possible, to finish today, assuming he could have some kind of a break now.
Yes. Well, we'll give him a break now, and we'll see if he can finish. I know Mr. Hunt is. He's been answering questions very freely, I think, and he's been cooperating with the committee, and the committee, I think, should cooperate with him. Whenever you're ready to resume, just let us know.
May we have a 10-minute break?
Yes.
Thanks.
Well, how Howard Hunt gets a moment's rest. We're also going to take a short break. Public television coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is being broadcast as a public service by your local public television station. This is PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service.
From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, NPACT correspondent Jim Lehrer.
As we go back to the hearing, Senator Talmadge is asking the questions.
The committee will resume. Senator Talmadge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I shall be very brief, and this will conclude my questions for Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt, did you engage in any successful clandestine activities that you have not informed this committee about?
Would you care to limit that, Senator, to a particular period of time?
During the time you were engaged in the operation of the Plumbers?
No.
You did not. Now, was there a time when you discovered that Mr. Larry O'Brien, the chairman of the Democratic National Committee, and other officials had reserved a room at the Sonesta Beach Hotel at Key Biscayne?
There came a time, Senator, if you permit me to answer in the following fashion, that I was told by Mr. Liddy that Mr. Jeb Stuart Magruder had informed him that such a reservation had been made.
Did you instruct Mr. Barker to reserve 2 rooms at the Sonesta Beach Hotel near the room reserved for Mr. O'Brien?
Yes, sir.
For what purpose?
It would have been for the purposes of surveillance.
What type of surveillance?
Electronic surveillance.
Whose idea was that?
That was, as I understood it, Mr. Magruder's idea. However, I would like to add, I was told subsequently by Mr. Liddy in some heat that he had determined Mr. Magruder's initial information to be inaccurate, and that in fact Mr. O'Brien had not made such reservations.
So that operation was aborted?
It was an operation that had no basis.
Never proceeded. It was aborted.
Never
Killed.
proceeded, yes, sir.
Now, did you tell Mr. Barker to find 2 safe houses in the area of the Democratic National Convention Hall?
I recall telling him specifically to acquire space in one building, which was to the rear of Convention Hall. It has been suggested to me that I instructed him to obtain second quarters, a second site. If that is in fact so, I would suggest at this time that he had received instructions from Mr. Liddy to acquire space in a second site.
For what purposes were these safe houses to be used?
For visual observation and for the housing of the operational units.
That is the Plumbers unit.
For Mr. Liddy, myself, and our close associates who would be involved in the Miami Beach activities, yes, sir.
What criteria did you use in choosing these places?
Their accessibility to the convention site, their geographical position.
Did you instruct Mr. Barker to obtain information on blueprints of the Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami Beach?
No, sir.
You did not. Did you recruit Cuban employees at the Fontainebleau for possible intelligence activities within the hotel?
They were not recruited, Senator. Mr. Barker and one of his associates, I believe, approached them with that in mind, but they were not recruited.
That was also aborted. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Mr. Barker and his friends were in jail by then.
Who gave the order to plan those activities?
I did.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Wyckoff.
Mr. Hunt, when you were responding to the chairman's questioning, you made a statement that I'd like to go back on if I could. and ask you the following question. How did Room 16, what is known as Room 16 in the old Executive Office Building, know that Dr. Ellsberg had called his psychiatrist?
On the basis of an FBI report.
So this would be on the basis of a wiretap?
That was my construction of the source of the report, Senator, based on my familiarity with terminology and phraseology used when a telephone intercept is being disguised in a report that is for general dissemination.
Are you aware of the fact that Mr. Liddy met with Mr. Mardian over at the Internal Security Division from time to time on the Ellsberg matter?
I knew that they were in frequent telephonic conversation, Senator. I may have been aware on occasion that they met face-to-face, but I have no specific recollection of it. They could very well have been.
All right, now I'd like to, if we can, move over to the break-in at the Democratic headquarters and discuss certain aspects of that. I think you and other witnesses have given a very complete tale as to what transpired. But there are two aspects of it that I have some questions on. Now, first relates to the guilty plea of Mr. Barker and Mr. Sturgis, Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Martinez. There's been quite a bit of speculation and verbiage on that plea. Did you in any way, by virtue of your standing with these men, not by virtue of any specific instruction, but by virtue of the relationship which you enjoyed with these men, the confidence that these men had in you, the position of being their superior, intimate, knowingly or unwittingly, that they should go ahead and plead guilty?
Your inclusion of the word unwittingly troubles me somewhat, Senator, because I have recently become aware of a motion filed by these four gentlemen which suggests that they pleaded guilty for, let us say, unwitting reasons. I never at any time ordered them, suggested them to them that they should plead guilty. I stated my own case to Mr. Barker on one occasion soon after my own decision was made to plead guilty, and they, unlike myself, had been caught on the premises red-handed. They followed their own course thereafter.
Did you tell Mr. Barker that the evidence was overwhelming, in conversation with Mr. Barker, that the evidence was overwhelming against him?
I told him that the evidence was overwhelming against me.
Right.
In terms of the materials that have been found in and taken from my safe.
Now, let me ask the following questions, which somewhat relate to this area that you and I have started to touch upon, because certainly there have been very few redeeming features to the testimony that's been laid before the American people here by a succession of witnesses. And there's been very little luck, I would say, in trying to get those responsible in whatever form to step forward and admit to their roles, if any, in the matter known as Watergate. Let me ask you the following question. With respect to the three Cuban Americans who participated in the Fielding Ellsberg break-in, Those three. In your opinion, did those men act reasonably in believing that the break-in was legal based upon your apparent authority to direct them in such an operation?
Yes, sir.
With respect to the 4 Cuban Americans who participated in the 2 Watergate Democratic National Committee break-ins, in your opinion, did these men act reasonably in believing that those break-ins were legal based upon your apparent authority to direct them in such an operation?
Yes, sir.
Are you now willing to accept responsibility for the activity of those Cuban Americans in those break-ins based upon the authority you represented yourself to have to direct such operations?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it fair to say, Mr. Hunt, that based upon such things as the advanced knowledge of the President's speech of May 8th of 72 on the Haiphong mining, your White House office, your accessibility to high levels of government, the visit to the Executive Office building and its agencies, that the Cuban Americans acted reasonably in believing that these break-ins were legal and that you had the authority to direct them?
Yes, sir.
Well, I thank you very much, because at least we've started, I think, from the bottom up, if nowhere else, to ascertain some of the beliefs and which motivated the matters that have come before this committee, and I thank you for your candor, Mr. Hunt. I believe, is my time up now, Mr. Chairman? If it is, I have a...
You have 2 more minutes.
The shouting is coming from a woman identified as Mae Jackson of New York City. She was reportedly saying, "Senator, I want the media to know they're trying to kill my children." Capitol Hill police, who escorted her from the room, said she was concerned about radiation coming from radio receivers. A man identified as Ronald Reed was also ejected when he intervened with police and asked why Ms. Jackson was being removed. Neither was arrested.
Be all in the room. The committee and the audience will please come to order. You may proceed.
Just 2 brief questions in this section, and then I'm through, Mr. Chairman. Having been closely associated with Mr. Liddy, can you give any indication to this committee as to why he has taken the position of absolute silence as to all these matters?
May I consult with counsel, sir?
Yes, indeed.
Senator, this is a very personal thing because it involves an area of mutual trust, mutual, I don't want to use the word confidence between Mr. Liddy and myself, but I would be very hesitant to address myself to it in a public forum without more thought than I can give it at the moment.
Would you then, Mr. Hunt, and I fairly said, but would you be good enough to try and give it some thought this evening, and should we get together again tomorrow, I might ask the same question. And if we don't, then again, I would hope we could get some response insofar as the committee is concerned.
Yes, sir.
And then lastly, during that time when you appeared before the grand jury, did you appear before a grand jury on the Watergate matter?
Many times.
Yes. Well, during that period of time, did you have to be separated? Did you have to be separated from Mr. Liddy while in prison?
A separation order was entered by the prison authorities.
By the prison authority, not at your request?
Not at my request.
I understand. Okay, I have no further questions on this round, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hunt, during your association with the White House, were you made aware of a plan to burglarize and then firebomb the Brookings Institution in pursuit of information on Dr. Ellsberg?
No, sir.
Did Mr. Colson suggest to you or direct you to retain the services of Cuban Americans to guard the remains of Mr. Hoover?
Mr. Liddy did that, sir.
This was not from Mr. Colson?
No, sir.
Mr. Strawn, in his testimony earlier this year, testified that there was an office of dirty tricks in the White House. Were you made aware of this office of dirty tricks?
No, sir, not by that name.
What was the name, sir?
I am not aware of an office of dirty tricks by any name. I thought that you might have a name that I could relate to.
Was there a so-called attack group that met every morning at 9:15 a.m.?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Yesterday you mentioned the two words, sterile phone. I have an idea of what you meant by sterile phone. How does one go about acquiring a sterile phone? And what is a sterile phone?
This is a CIA and FBI practice, perhaps Treasury and other investigative agencies utilize it as well. I don't know the mechanical processes through which our government agencies are able to acquire them, but a sterile phone is one which, for example, is used at one location and billed at another. For example, I suppose the most recent instance falling within the purview of this committee has to do with the so-called sterile phone which was installed in room 16. This was not a true sterile phone because the actual owner or renter of the telephone could and was determined with ease, i.e. it was Miss Kathleen Chenow. That was not a true sterile phone. That was an inept substitute for a sterile telephone.
On the matter of your safe in the White House, you've testified that Mr. Colson's secretary was aware of the combination?
Yes, sir.
And also the Secret Service?
Yes, sir.
When the safe was being drilled open, weren't members of the Secret Service present?
I have no knowledge of those circumstances, Senator.
Testimony was received indicating that Secret Service men were observing the drilling of your safe.
I'm not
aware. Do you have any idea why Mr. Colson's secretary or the Secret Service did not advise the FBI of the combination?
Excuse us, please.
Senator, I would like, if I might, to preface my response by saying I've never heard at any time, although you may have testimony to this effect, that there was, in fact, any member of the Secret Service present at the time that my safe was drilled open. I have understood that this took place in the basement of the old Executive Office building, that it was done by a member of the General Services Administration at the instance of John Dean in an obvious clandestine operation to keep it away from, let us say, more legally constituted investigators.
When you were questioned by the FBI, did the agent ask you anything about the contents of the safe?
I don't recall being questioned by the FBI in that context, sir. I was questioned very little by the FBI.
When were you first made aware of missing documents in the safe?
To the best of my recollection, sir, it was the time of discovery by the government in connection with the indictments and pending trial.
And did you so advise the government of the missing documents?
I advised them of two.
Of two?
Yes, sir.
What two were there, sir?
They were two notebooks which appeared in our motion for suppression.
Were there any others missing?
Yes, sir.
What were they, sir?
May I refresh my recollection? Certainly there were the items which L. Patrick Gray III has conceded having received from the hands of John Dean and or John Ehrlichman. He has specified that one envelope contained a fabricated cable, or a cable later identified as fabricated. There are the two notebooks that I have previously mentioned. I also made note of the fact, mental note of the fact, that there was missing from the documents which were exposed to me by the Department of Justice at the time of discovery, that there was no folder containing the chronological notes that I had made following each meeting with Mr. Liddy, which dealt with the Gemstone plan. These were rough notes. I never saw those at any time. Fourthly, when the attaché case of Mr. McCord was opened for my view at the time of discovery, I noticed that a group of surgical gloves, which I had last seen in the attaché case when it was in my safe in the White House, that those gloves were missing from the attaché case and were not otherwise enumerated in the inventory subsequently provided by the FBI. And of course there may have been many other things. I did not maintain an index of the contents of my safe.
And my final question, Mr. Hunt. In response to one of my questions, you said that you went to Denver or to Colorado somewhere to meet with Mrs. Dita Beard to determine first her reasons for leaving Washington. Weren't you aware at that time that Mr. G. Gordon Liddy had escorted Mr. Dita Beard out of Washington?
I was not aware then, and I am not to this day aware that such took place, Senator.
Did Mrs. Beard tell you how she got out of Washington?
She did not.
Did she tell you why she left Washington?
She alluded to it in response to my question.
What was her response, sir?
She said, in effect, and again let me stress that she seemed to be under sedation and was from time to time in need of oxygen, She put it that there was nobody that she could trust, that she felt that the only thing she could do was to run away from what she interpreted to be a hostile environment. I don't know that my memorandum reflected it in those terms. Mr. Lenzner, do you have a copy of that memo?
Of the memo on Dita Beard?
My 8-pager?
You what?
My 8-page memo? Did I see you referring to it?
No, this is not it.
I beg your pardon.
If you're referring to the memo on Dita Beard, we've made a request to Mr. Conce's office for that. We've not received it.
Again, I hate to go into details of an incident that took place a long time ago when there is hard evidence, a document that I myself wrote just hours after my return from Denver.
In questioning Mrs. Beard, you indicated that you met with her from 11 o'clock to about 3:30 in the morning.
It's a rough estimate, sir.
How did you convince the doctor that it was important for you to meet with Mrs. Beard?
I believe those representations have been made before I embarked on my trip by her daughter.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Tobacco.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Hunt and Mr. Chairman, I apologize for being absent during much of the afternoon, but as I indicated to the chairman earlier, the Senate was in executive session on a matter related to the Trident submarine. I have one or two other questions that I understand you've indicated a willingness to discuss in executive session. I expect we may call on you for that purpose, but not at this time. Under those circumstances and with that agreement, Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions at this time.
Senator Gardner.
Just two quick questions, Mr. Chairman. Is it true, my understanding, that the break-in of the Democrat headquarters, Mr. Hunt, was not a part of the original Gemstone plan? Is that correct?
Rather than give you a yes or no, Senator, and I beg your indulgence in this matter, the original Gemstone plan took into consideration and budgeted for electronic surveillance and entry operations.
But no specifics as to what place was to be entered or broken into?
Not at that time, no, sir.
And the first you heard about it was when Mr. Liddy told you in April of 1972. Is that a fact?
At about the time that he introduced me to Mr. McCord, yes, sir.
Did he tell you at that time who authorized the break-in, who directed him to do this break-in?
I'm trying to reconstruct his word. I've not ever been asked this question before, to the best of my recollection, Senator. It took place one afternoon. Came to my office and said, guess what we're going to hit, or words to that effect. And I said, where? And he said, DNC headquarters. And I assumed that, again, if assumptions are permissible at this point, that his principals were and continued to be the Attorney General, the former Attorney General, and Mr. Jeb Stuart Magruder.
Did he mention to you that Mr. Magruder has ordered us to do this as our next job?
No, sir, he did not.
Did he mention to you that John Mitchell has instructed us to do this as our next operation?
No, sir, but on the occasion of the second entry, against which I argued so vociferously for a period of 3 days, he indicated to me in the strongest terms that it was Mr. Mitchell who was insistent upon the second entry.
What about the McGovern attempted break-in? I understand it really wasn't broken into, but still was a plan perhaps to go into that. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Did he tell you who ordered that?
No, sir.
Now, you also mentioned in connection with the break-in at the Democrat National Headquarters that this involved national security. At least you thought it did, because a reason given for this was to find out if that I perhaps are receiving any money from Cuba. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, did he go into any details, Liddy, I mean, in discussing this with you, where he got this information? I think you said from a federal agency, but can you amplify on that?
I cannot, sir. Mr. Liddy frequently provided me with bits of information during the course of our dealings, and I could even refer to the Las Vegas Greenspun matter, which he came back to me and said that he had received a high level, if you were, confirmation of the fact that such a rumor was adrift around Las Vegas, and I took that also to be derived from a government agency. I felt that Mr. Liddy, in view of our professional intelligence relationship, would relate to me such material as I needed to know on a basis of need to know, and exclude me from information that was not required for the performance of my duties.
Did you get the idea when he mentioned that he was looking for Cuban money that this was a rumor, or he'd received hard evidence from somebody that money was coming in from Cuba?
That he had received hard evidence. It was when I put the proposal to Mr. Barker, subsequent to my conversation with Mr. Liddy and prior to the actual entry operation itself, and Mr. Barker said, "The rumor is all over Miami. You don't need to tell me any more. I understand the whole thing."
You're saying that Mr. Barker had heard this too?
That is what the impression I gained very strongly from Mr. Barker.
Did you try to elicit from Mr. Barker whether there was any factual evidence behind it, or whether it was just a rumor?
No, sir.
That's all, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any further questions.
Senator Montoya.
Mr. Hunt, you executed an affidavit indicating that Mr. Colson did not know anything about Watergate on June 17, 1972. Was this at Mr. Bittman's office?
Excuse me, Senator. I think that's a wrong date. I think it was April. I may be mistaken.
It was April 5th. You're correct.
but
April 5th, 1973.
The June date does appear in the affidavit, but it isn't the day it was executed.
Yes. Did you execute such an affidavit?
I did, sir.
Was Mr. Bittman your attorney at the time?
He was.
And was Mr. Shapiro present?
No, sir. In answer to your prior question, Senator, the affidavit was executed in the basement of the federal courthouse in Washington, D.C., in one of the attorney-client consultation rooms. And this was done just prior to my appearance before the federal grand jury.
Why did this affidavit have to be executed at that particular time?
I don't know.
Now, doesn't this tie in with the telephone conversation that you had with Mr. Colson, where he attempted several times to close the Watergate insofar as conversation on your part was concerned?
It relates to it, certainly. I didn't have it in my mind at that particular time.
Well, was this affidavit really necessary?
Well, evidently it was necessary to Mr. Colson.
Well, was he in doubt about your firmness with respect to the fact that he was not involved?
Senator, I think it might be helpful to all concerned if I explained very briefly the circumstances leading up to the signing of the affidavit.
All right.
I was with counsel, Mr. Bittman and Mr. Austin Mittler, in the basement of the federal courthouse in an attorney-client consultation room prior to an official appearance I was about to make. We were discussing a number of matters, and Mr. Bittman produced either this document or a prior draft of it, and asked me and told me, in effect, that he had received this from the Colson office, and the question at the Colson office, Mr. Colson then being in private practice, was whether I would have any difficulty or any objection to signing it. I read it over and said I would have none. and that if it would be of any assistance, it was no more than the truth, and I would be willing to sign it, which I then did.
Now, you indicated, and you have so testified, that you assumed that Mr. Liddy had received information from government agencies that an attempt would be made to desecrate J. Edgar Hoover's remains by peaceniks. Is that what you testified to?
Yes, sir.
Now, and then it was arranged for Cubans to come into Washington to guard the remains here. Was that also your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Now, why was it necessary to do so, and why was it necessary to use political funds for this purpose when there were quite a few government agencies here capable of doing that work?
Again, Senator, I would answer in the context of a requirement being laid upon me by Mr. Liddy.
Well, didn't it strike your curiosity that this was being done? Why was it so necessary?
Not really. He conveyed a sense of considerable urgency to me. Particularly spoke about the unfurling of a Viet Cong flag. It was desired that that be taken away from the demonstrators. And
now, one final question. Do you definitely state to this committee that there was no offer of clemency made to you since June the 17th up to the present time?
I so state.
Did you have any conversation with anyone at the White House or at the CRP, or any conversation communicated to any of these people through your attorney, Mr. Bittman, or his successor with respect to clemency?
No, sir.
Mm-hmm. Now, Mr. Dean has testified here that there was an offer of clemency made to you, and that the President had authorized such offer to be made to you. And it has also been testified here previously by Mr. Caulfield, by Mr. Dean, that offers of clemency were communicated from higher people who were in the upper echelons at the White House, that clemency would be extended to Mr. McCord. Are you aware of that situation?
I'm aware of such testimony, sir.
Yes. Did it appear to you unusual that you did not receive such offers?
When I heard Mr. Caulfield testifying to his efforts to get Mr. McCord to contemplate the reception of executive clemency, I felt, I believe, an understandable sense of envy.
Now, did you recruit any of the Cubans for the Democratic National Convention at Miami?
The Cuban Americans with whom I was in contact were to have been involved during the Democratic National Convention in Miami. Is that responsive to your inquiry, Senator?
Well, did you go around and try to recruit anyone in Miami for certain tasks during the Democratic National Convention?
I personally, not to the best of my recollection.
Did you use an alias in Miami prior to the Democratic National Convention, an alias of Eduardo?
Yes, sir.
For what purpose did you use this alias?
Well, that was a hangover from the Bay of Pigs days.
Well, what was your mission, and when did you use this alias in Miami?
I used it in 1960, 1961.
You didn't use it prior to the immediately prior to the Democratic National Convention?
I was introduced from time to time by Mr. Barker to certain Cuban exiles who would, Mr. Barker on those occasions would say, "This is Eduardo."
Why were you being introduced to these Cuban exiles as Eduardo?
To indicate in a nutshell who I was and what I represented.
Sir, I didn't hear you.
To indicate in very brief form who I was and what I represented.
There was no attempt upon your part to recruit them for any specific task?
I recall none, no, sir. My recruitment efforts were through Mr. Barker.
Did you ask Mr. Martinez to perform any task for you by way of recruitment for any specific purpose?
No, sir. My dealings were according to established pattern through Mr. Barker. Whatever I needed or wanted done, I would turn to Mr. Barker. How he accomplished it was up to him.
That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
You said that the surreptitious entry in Dr. Phelan's office was successful but not productive. What do you mean by that?
Well, it was successful, sir, in the sense that we determined that, A, nobody was caught, there was no problem. We determined that there were no files. So we looked in a different direction, then submitted a second request to the CIA for a more in-depth profile.
Then you got no data in Dr. Phelan's office.
I'm sorry?
You got no information in Dr. Phelan's office?
None at all, no,
Yes.
sir.
Now, what information did you get about photography in the Democratic National Headquarters?
I know that approximately 38 photographs were taken and developed. I simply turned those over to Mr. Liddy upon their having been developed and enlarged. These seem to consist mostly of materials that were lying on the tabletops of different officials of the Democratic National Committee. They had some names. There were offers of assistance, offers of contributions, persons who wanted to become associated with the campaign in one fashion or another.
Now, I want to call your attention to the Colson recording of his conversation, or your conversation with him on page 5. In the first paragraph there, where you are talking, in the 5th line, you've got a statement, "That's fine, for we are protecting the guys who are really responsible." Now, what do you mean by that?
Well, that by the exercise of our constitutional right to remain silent.
Yes. In other words, by keeping silent, you were told, Mr. Colson, that you were protecting the guys that were really responsible, and you were protecting them by keeping silent.
Yes, sir, by the exercise of our constitutional right to remain silent prior to trial.
Now, there's a little further down in that same statement. You say, but now that's that. And of course, that's a continuing requirement. But at the same time, this is a two-way street. And as I said before, we think that now is a time when a move should be made, and surely the cheapest commodity available is money. These lawyers have not been paid. There are large sums of money outstanding. That's the principal thing. Living allowances, which are due again on the 31st of this month, we want that stuff well in hand for some months in advance. I think these are all reasonable requests. They are all promised in advance and reaffirmed from time to time by my attorney and so forth. So in turn, I've been given commitments to the people who look to me. Then a little further down, you say, so Parkinson's out of town until next Monday, at which time a memorandum is going to be laid on him and he is going to be made aware. Now, doesn't that say in the short that you all were protecting the people who were really responsible for the Watergate affair, but that was a two-way street, and that you all were expecting to receive defense funds and money allowances for so doing?
It's a double-barrel question, Senator. Would you permit me to consult with counsel? Yes.
That's all. Any other son to have a question?
May we have 1 second to confer here?
Any other?
Conferring about is whether we should ask for a short break or whether the committee wants a short break and whether it is anticipated that we will finish today or not.
I was just trying to find out that. Is any other son to have a question?
Last series of questions.
What about you, Ed?
Ed?
No, Mr. Chairman.
What about you? Okay, Senator White says he has a question. The other sons will say they have none. I can hold that council down when we get through.
Mr. Hunt? I'm going to ask you, with a different name, interpose the exact same question I asked you before. And specifically, my question is this. Mr. Hunt, who should I ask the following question of? With respect to Howard Hunt, who participated in the Fielding-Ellsberg break-in, in your opinion, did this man act reasonably in believing that the break-in was legal based upon your apparent authority to direct them or direct him in such an operation? To who should I ask that question, Mr. Hunt? I'm trying to work this from the bottom up, and so far we've made one stride, and now I'd like to make another if I can. We're now talking about the Fielding-Ellsberg break-in. With respect to Howard Hunt, who participated in the Fielding-Ellsberg break-in, in your opinion, did this man act reasonably in believing that the break-in was legal based upon your apparent authority to direct him in such an operation? Who should I ask that question of?
Either Ethel Krogh or John Ehrlichman.
All right. Who should I ask this question of? With respect to Howard Hunt, who participated in the 2 Watergate Democratic National Committee break-ins, in your opinion, did this man act reasonably in believing that those break-ins were legal based upon your apparent authority to direct him in such an operation? To who should I direct that question?
To G. Gordon Liddy, to John W. Dean, Jeff Magruder, and John N. Mitchell, and perhaps Charles Colson.
Now, Mr. Hunt, my last question relates to the monies that have been paid over a period of time to Mr. Bittman, or to yourself, or to Mrs. Hunt. Really, I only have 2 questions. Number one, on March the 20th, do you have a copy of this before you, incidentally, and where you can read it easily? Yes, fine. Right. That document you have before you is a photograph of the chart up there. On March the 20th, 1973, Mr. LaRue gives $75,000 in cash to Mr. Bittman, who in turn turns that money over to you. In April of 1973, you write out 2 checks to Mr. Bittman, a total of $60,000 for legal fees. And I believe you've indicated to this committee that that money came from the insurance proceeds emanating from your wife's death, if I'm not mistaken. But why would you retain $75,000 in cash?
In terms of what alternatives, Senator?
Why did you just not deposit the $75,000 in cash and write out the 2 checks? If in fact this money was for legal fees, write out 2 checks to Mr. Bittman in the same amount for $60,000 in order to go ahead and pay the legal fees.
Well, I already had money on deposit, Senator.
I beg your pardon?
I said I already had money on deposit.
Well, when Mr. Bittman turned the $75,000 over to you, what was that money for?
I construed $60,000 of it as being for legal fees.
Why did Mr. Bittman not just retain $60,000?
His firm had expressed concern to him about receiving cash payments for my account.
Why didn't you give him the check right away? You said you had the money on deposit. By that time, the insurance proceeds had already been deposited.
That was, I probably received the money from him on the morning of the 21st, would be my guess, the 21st of March. I was incarcerated on the 23rd. Senator, I knew I had the money to cover the charges. Mr. Bittman knew that I had it. I was anxious to spend as much time as I could with my children. It just simply didn't come up. It was not a priority item.
Am I correct in stating that it was only a week before that you went to Mr. O'Brien and Mr. Shapiro to indicate to them that Mr. Bittman's fees were a priority item?
Yes, sir. Now I had the money in hand. It was no longer a priority item with me. Mr. Bittman knew that he was going to be paid one way or another. It was my problem to get paid by others, to be reimbursed.
I'm not so sure that we're going to elicit the type of response that probably would satisfy me, Mr. Hunt, but I find it strange that on March the 20th or 21st, you received $75,000, and yet it's not until April that Mr. Bittman's fees, additional fees of $60,000 are paid to him, when in fact this was very much of a priority item in the way you put it to Mr. O'Brien and Mr. Shapiro. Why retain $75,000 in cash? Is this $75,000 still in cash?
What little remains of it, yes, sir.
Can you explain to me the apparent discrepancy between the version of monies which you have given to this committee, which total $156,000, and the version of Mr. Ulasewicz and Mr. LaRue, which indicate that $266,000 were delivered, or there's a discrepancy there of $49,000?
I don't believe your question is clear to me, Senator. It may be my...
I beg your pardon. You account for a total of monies delivered to either Bittman, yourself, or Mrs. Hunt of $217,000. 2 other witnesses, Mr. Ulasewicz, Mr. LaRue, account for a total of $266,000 that were delivered was delivered to Bittman to Mrs. Hunt. There's a discrepancy there of $49,000 between the two versions.
Well, let me say at the outset, Senator, that I have no knowledge, never did at any time, of amounts of money my late wife, might have received from Mr. Rivers. Therefore, not having that basis to start on, it's very difficult for me to attempt to rectify or adjust a discrepancy.
Senator Weicker, would you be good enough, in order that my understanding of this document be clear, to describe how the totals of 217 and 266 are arrived at? Are there certain figures that enter into those totals? Or rather, do such figures appear here in a way that we can...
I believe all the figures are to appear as we have gotten them from the testimony of these two individuals.
It's the totals that I can't quite follow, and therefore I can't quite understand where we are.
For example, Senators...
Well, we have under the subtotals, we have Mr. Ulasewicz giving to Mrs. Hunt $31,000, and Mr. Ulasewicz to Mr. Bittman $25,000, and Mr. LaRue to Mr. Bittman $210,000.
That 266, then, is a total of the three numbers above it.
That's correct. Right. That's correct.
And how do we get the 217?
This is money I get from Gordon Liddy.
That would be the total of the figures under the heading Hunt version, less the $12,000 that went to Mr. Artine.
If you take Mrs. Hunt's, the committee has statements. Mrs. Hunt received $141,500, and Mr. Hunt says he received $50,000 in February, I believe it was, and $75,000 on about March the 21st. And if you add those three figures together, it makes $266,500, which is just $500 difference between that and what Mr. Ulasewicz and Mr. LaRue say.
But I don't yet understand, and if perhaps it could be straightened out later, but I could follow this better if I could know where the 217 comes from. I total the 156, 45, 3, and 1 as 205,000. You take 12 off that, you still don't get... Oh, it's added on. It's added on to that.
That's correct. The totals, in other words, of $156,000 to Bittman. And additionally, $45,000 to Mr. Hunt for subsistence, $3,000 reimbursement, $1,000 bail.
No. You ready to go?
And the $12,000 that went to Mr. Artime. So it's an addition. Right. It's an addition of Mr. Artime's 12, and that should give you your 217.
Senators, I've stated before on many occasions, and I say this with full deference, I have very limited knowledge concerning the financial transactions that took place between June 17th and the death of my wife. Let us go to July 3, 1972, the Hunt version. The $1,000 that I paid Mr. Bittman on that occasion is money that I had taken from my White House safe some days earlier. That was provided me by Mr. Liddy. I am aware of that $1,000.
I think we better decide that it's voted on in the Senate.
I am through with my questioning, Mr. Chairman. I have posed the question, and you have these figures before you, and I would very much like a response, and it doesn't have to be a verbal response at this time as to any explanation as to the figures which I've given you. The fact is there is a discrepancy, and I in no wise mean to imply that the discrepancy, in other words, is the result of any wrongdoing of this witness at all. I'm just trying to resolve in my mind different sets of figures that have been given to this committee, and admittedly the problem of the receipt at the tail end of $75,000 and the turnback of $60,000 to Attorney Bittman. And I must confess in conclusion that I find the $156,000 to be unusual in light of the fact that, to the best of my knowledge, up to this point in time, the total legal fees of the 4 Cubans, and this would include services by both Mr. Rothblatt and by Mr. Schultz, amount to $36,000 for the exact same charges, except multiplied by 4 insofar as the clients are concerned.
Mr. Chairman, before you adjourn, I just want to say that there may have been a question about a reply that the witness gave to the chairman's question a few minutes ago about his conversation with Mr. Colson, of which there is a record here, and the interpretation of it. And I don't want to hold the committee now, but I just want the record to show that we may want to come back to that to make it clearer.
Now, you all wish to come back in the morning, or you want to come back and finish this afternoon?
Mr. Hunt says he'd rather stay, Your Honor. Mr. Chairman.
But we have to go and vote now when we get back.
Another floor vote has interrupted the proceedings. In a moment, the senators will return to finish their questioning of Mr. Hunt, including more about the Diem coup in South Vietnam. Public television coverage of the Senate Watergate hearings will continue after a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is being broadcast as a public service by your local public television station. This is PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service.
From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, NPACT correspondent Jim Lehrer.
As we go back to the hearings, Chief Counsel Dash and Senator Ervin have more questions for Mr. Hunt.
Committee will resume.
Mr. Hunt, would you take your microphone and bring it to you? Mr. Hunt, during your...
Mr. Dash, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
You may remember that when we recessed for a few minutes ago, I said that there was a question about a question that Senator Ervin had asked and the answer that had been given. And we did not have an opportunity during the intermission to have the question read and the answer read by the reporter, but we would like very much to. We fear that that Mr. Hunt gave an inaccurate answer. So, with your permission, I would like to ask the reporter to read Senator Ervin's question and Mr. Hunt's answer. It's the one that in which Senator Ervin read from page 5 of the transcript of the November 1972 telephone conversation between Mr. Hunt and Mr. Colson. May we do that?
Read the question and the answer.
I want to call your attention to some recording of his conversation, your conversation with him. On page 5, the first paragraph there, where you're talking in the fifth line, you have a statement. That's time to look perfecting the guys who are really responsible. What do you mean by that?
I don't think that's the question. I think it must be.
Should be the next one. But now that's that. And of course that's a continuing requirement. But at the same time, this is a two-way street. And as I said before, we think that now is the time when a move should be made, and surely the cheapest commodity available is money. These lawyers have not been paid. There are large sums of money outstanding. That's the principal thing. Living allowances, which are due again on the 31st of this month, we want that stuff well in hand for some months in advance. I think these are all reasonable requests. They're all promised in advance and reaffirmed from time to time to my attorney and so forth. So in turn, I've been giving commitments to the people who look to me. And then I called attention to the fact that a little further down he said, so Parkinson is out of town until next Monday, at which time a memorandum is going to be laid on him and he's going to be made aware. And I believe my question was that this was a two-way street. In return, they were going to keep silent and protect the people who were really responsible, and they were expecting to be given this lawyer fees and support money in return. And I believe he said yes.
And I believe he wants to amplify that answer, if not indeed correct it. To the extent, Mr. Chairman, that my response indicated that there was a quid pro quo, that is silence in return for money, that is inaccurate, and I wish the record do so reflect it. That was not my intent at the time. I was stating one situation, and I was stating another situation.
Well, you were saying it was a two-way street. In other words, you pointed out that you will protect, that the parties involved will protect the people that were really responsible. And you say that they were protecting them by keeping silent, by exercising their Fifth Amendment right not to incriminate themselves. But you say that's a two-way street. And we need the money to pay lawyer fees, and we need support money. Now, I would infer from that, don't you think it's fair to infer that you were traveling up one side of the street keeping silent, and you thought they'd come down and bring the money on the other side to you in return?
I would certainly accept your interpretation of that, Senator Ervin, with the proviso that it not be further inferred that there was payment of any sort being made in terms of silence or the exercise of Fifth Amendment right by myself or any of the other defendants acting individually on advice of counsel.
But you did keep silent. Liddy kept silent. Barker kept silent. Sturgis kept silent. Martinez kept silent, and Gonzalez kept silent. And as a result, nothing came out about Magruder's involvement, about Mitchell's involvement, about the involvement of anybody else in the committee to re-elect the president or the White House aides.
That's true, Senator, although we knew from October on, at a time well predating this conversation with Mr. Colson, that the United States attorneys had specified that there was going to be a grand jury, that we were going to be given and granted immunity and required to answer,
yes,
as in fact occurred.
And y'all kept silent, and they paid, according to evidence, we have been abused $266,500 in attorney fees and support money. how did you know in advance there'd be another grand jury?
As of October, Mr. Silbert, I believe, had informed all interested parties that was the intention of the government.
Didn't Mr. Silbert also state during his argument to the jury that they had no evidence that anybody was involved except the 7 on trial?
Well, I did not take part in the trial, sir. I don't know.
Well, you were there in the courtroom, weren't you, when they argued the case?
I was there principally for his opening statement.
Mr. Hunt pleaded guilty, as I understand it, Your Honor, right after the opening statement.
Yes. That's all.
Mr. Hunt, during the time that you had the assignment under Mr. Colson to investigate the background of either the Pentagon Papers leak or Mr. Ellsberg, did you keep a chronology of your findings of Mr. Ellsberg?
I had a chronology made from available materials, yes, sir.
Did you include in that chronology all the significant findings that you were able to find on Mr. Ellsberg?
Those that had been made available to me, yes, sir.
Now, you've testified, by the way, you've given a copy of that chronology, which was found in your safe and which the committee has been able to obtain from the special prosecutor. Now, you've indicated that you were informed, and I think you say your recollection is from Mr. Krogh, that Mr. Ellsberg was believed to have given these Pentagon papers to the Soviet embassy or Soviet authorities. Is that a matter that you would have found significant and would have put in your chronology?
My chronology, Mr. Dash, only goes as far as August 12, 1971. We did not make our preliminary survey until sometime after that.
If you notice at the very the next page, if you have it, there's a handwritten note, November 12, 1971. In fact, there's some. You have August 12th is at the bottom of the page, and on the very next page is November 12, 1971.
I don't think he has that.
You don't have that page? Yes. Well, apparently that page was not attached to the copy you got, but the copy that was obtained from your safe that was in the special prosecutor's office goes up to November 1971. Did you learn that information by November?
The information concerning the possible passage of classified information
to the Soviet authorities or the Soviet embassy.
We would have learned that prior to the decision to enter Dr. Fielding's premises.
I take it you would consider that a significant finding about Dr. Ellsberg?
Yes, sir.
And therefore, would you not have, if you had so learned, put it in that chronology?
Well, I don't know that I didn't, sir.
Well, I'll just state that we have examined it and do not find it. And would you please, not now if you don't have the time, but you take a look at it. If you find any item that refers to it, would you please, through your counsel, let us know so that we can correct the record? We have thoroughly studied it and do not find any item that refers to such information.
Yes, sir. I don't recall having made such a notation, point one. On the other hand, I would like to draw the committee's attention to the fact that one page of my chronology ends on August 12th, 1971, and picks up again on another page, which may or may not be the next page, on November 12th, 1971. So it's a question of whether there's an accurate sequence here or not. And as you say, you recovered, or this material was recovered from my safe.
Do you know about when you would have received that information?
In August 71.
Now, in your efforts to obtain from the CIA a psychiatric profile, did you have occasion to deal, I think you so testify, with Dr. Malloy?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to show you an affidavit prepared by Dr. Malloy. Do you have a copy, Mr. Sachs? Well, we're giving you one right now anyhow.
All right, thank you.
This affidavit is an effort by Dr. Malloy to give information concerning the preparation at your request, Mr. Young's request, of a psychiatric profile, and I wish you to turn to page 2 of the affidavit. And if you'll go to somewhere about the middle of the page where it says, later on, Mr. Howard Hunt joined the group. Do you see that?
I see it.
All right. May I read it to you? Later on, Mr. Howard Hunt joined the group. Mr. Hunt recognized me being a former agency employee, and we greeted cordially. Mr. Hunt amplified on Mr. Young's comments and stated it was his wish to, quote, try Dr. Ellsberg in public, unquote. Other comments were made by Mr. Hunt, or, quote, Mr. Linney, unquote. By the way, who was Mr. Linney?
I suppose in the context it would be Mr. Liddy.
To the effect that the aim would be to render Dr. Ellsberg ineffective or to make him the object of pity as a broken man. Mr. Hunt stated that he wished to see data of the sort that, quote, psychiatrists found out about Barry Goldwater in 1964, end of quote. And he expressed interest in being able to refer in a knowledgeable way to Dr. Ellsberg's edible conflicts or castration fears and other similar points. Is Dr. Malloy's reference to your statements to him correct to the best of your recollection?
Again, we have a question of salt mixed with pepper, Mr. Dash. I certainly at that juncture would not have wanted to render Dr. Ellsberg and make him into an object of pity. That is certainly in contrast to my often expressed desire that he not be martyrized. I would interpret Mr. Malloy's or Dr. Malloy's statement here, quote, make him the object of pity as a broken man, as being in effect making a martyr out of him. That was the last thing that I wanted done.
Well, it could be interpreted as a person who would be ridiculed, would it not, rather than a martyr?
Well, I think pity and ridicule are two different things.
Well, in other words, we don't have Dr. Malloy here,
No,
and this is his affidavit. It's not, but I'd like to get your recollection to the best of your ability as to whether or not, in effect, what you were telling Dr. Malloy was that you wanted Mr. Ellsberg tried in public, and you wanted this information for that purpose.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I would, however, I would go on, and without being picayune about the matter, say that I never expressed interest in being able to refer in a knowledgeable way to Dr. Ellsberg's edible conflicts or castration fears, so I had no knowledge that he was so obsessed.
I guess all we can do now with the affidavit is to let it stand on your explanation of it. All right. Now, Mr. Hunt, we have already received evidence, an Exhibit 91, which is a memorandum from David Young to John Ehrlichman, dated August 26, 1971, on the subject status of information which can be fed into congressional investigation on Pentagon paper affair. And point 9 in that memorandum to Mr. Ehrlichman refers to how quickly do we want to try to bring about a change in Ellsberg's image. And there's a footnote attached to that, and I'd like to read the footnote to this memorandum.
We haven't seen that.
In connection with Issue 9, it is important to point out that with the recent article on Ellsberg's lawyer, Boudin, we have already started on a negative press image for Ellsberg. If the present Hunt-Liddy Project number 1 is successful, it will be absolutely essential to have an overall game plan developed for its use in conjunction with the congressional investigation. In this connection, I believe that the point of Buchanan's memorandum on attacking Ellsberg through the press should be borne in mind, namely that the situation being attacked is too big to be undermined by planted leaks among the friendly press. Were you aware of a Buchanan memorandum of this nature of attacking Ellsberg through leaks in the press?
No, sir.
Were you aware at any time that Mr. Pat Buchanan of the White House staff had been solicited prior to your assignment on Ellsberg by White House staff people to take on the investigation of Mr. Ellsberg, and had declined it?
No, sir.
Mr. Dash, could we have a copy of the document from which you just read?
Yes, we'll make a copy and have it for you. This is an exhibit that I've just taken out of our regular exhibits.
As long as I have interrupted, could we also have a copy of Mr. TerHorst's affidavit, as to which a while ago we were asked to...
Yes, we'll
we
have
were
a
given
copy.
the right to comment.
We'll have a copy made for you. Now, I just want to... What I'd also like to do before I close, Mr. Chairman, is there was a letter dated August 9th from Mr. Hunt to Mr. Colson, which was referred to yesterday, but I understand was not entered into the record, and I'd like to have this identified and entered as evidence in the record.
It's received in evidence as exhibit and appropriately numbered as such.
Now, in conclusion and in summary, Mr. Hunt, what I've sort of done is put together some of the activity that you have testified you engaged in during the period from July 6, 1971, when you first joined the White House staff, to June 16, 1972, just prior to the break-in of the Democratic National Committee headquarters for the second time. And I'm just going to run through these very quickly, and if there's any error, will you please correct me? And there may be some additional things that I am overlooking. For Mr. Colson, and or Mr. Ehrlichman or the Plumbers group, in your capacity as a White House expert on the Vietnamese War, you interviewed Colonel Lucien Conin, you prepared a chronology of Ellsberg, you reviewed State Department cables, you participated in the fabrication of the Diem cables, you prepared an article on Leonard Boudin, you set up specifications for needs for a CIA psychiatric profile on Ellsberg, and you participated in the breaking in of the fielding office, although yourself did not break in. For Mr. Liddy and the Committee for the Re-election of the President, you engaged and participated in the planning of the Gemstone plan. You recruited Mr. Barker and others who were involved as ex-CIA employees. You served as a liaison with a political spy, Fat Jack, who was acting in the connection with taking out materials from Muskie headquarters. You participated in the planning of the break-in of the Greenspun office in Las Vegas. You yourself helped or recruited a political spy, Mr. Gregory, to infiltrate in the Muskie campaign and then later in the McGovern campaign. You helped plan convention security for the Republican convention. You helped plan disruptions at the Democratic convention. You planned an intelligence gathering network at the Democratic convention. You recruited men to provide security at the Hoover funeral and to disrupt a peace demonstration at the Capitol. You provided advice and guidance to Donald Segretti. You helped plan a aborted McGovern headquarters break-in, and you planned and executed 2 break-ins in the Democratic National Committee headquarters. For Mr. Colson alone in that year, you interviewed Mr. Clifton Demont, you went out to see Dita Beard, and you were requested, but you never did, go to Mr. Bremer's apartment after the attempted assassination of Mr. Wallace. And I take it that during that period of time when you were engaged in all these activities, is it not true that you also were working at the Mullen Company?
Yes, sir.
And were you also working in a program of control of the narcotics traffic?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
I would like to add to that I also interviewed Major General Harkins or General Harkins and Major General Lansdale.
Yes.
I don't think you mentioned those.
I'm sorry, I overlooked those 2.
I would appreciate, Mr. Dash, having a copy of your summary, if I might, and for this reason, that I can think of several instances offhand and would like the opportunity to study the recitation more fully, inasmuch as some of these activities were intertwined with others and were not necessarily performed solely at the instance of one principal, but perhaps I was asked by one person to do something for a second party, or it turned out for the ultimate benefit of a third, that sort of thing.
Yes, I think what I have just read has been entered into the public record, and a copy of that will be available to counsel. And if, Mr. Hunt, there's anything that you would like to modify from the point of view you just indicated, you can, through counsel, submit an affidavit to that effect, which will be added to the record to correct anything that you'd like corrected.
I would like the privilege of so doing, Mr. Dash, because I would not want to appear to give blanket assent without further study to the particular categories that you have assigned each activity.
I find a little, Mr. Chairman, I find a little bit of difficulty in the question because it attempts to, as I heard it, to allocate cleanly to Mr. Colson, to the committee, and to the White House certain duties which Mr. Hunt performed. I've suggested that I don't think that such an allocation is consistent with his overall testimony. I've asked him if he would clarify it. He has said he is so wound down that he'd rather I do it, and I have done it.
And by the way, if there's any item that I omitted, I would hope that you would add that too. Right.
Thank you, sir.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Hunt, I believe you stated that the primary reason that you created the false Diem cables was that you wanted to be able to link the Kennedy administration to the Diem overthrow and assassination. Is that basically correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, my question is why you felt that was necessary. And before you answer the question, I would like to read from one or two cablegrams which are part of the Pentagon Papers. I'm reading from the Pentagon Papers, the complete and unabridged series as published by the New York Times. And I read from page 196 of those papers entitled CIA Station Chiefs Cable on Coup Prospects in Saigon. Cablegram from Mr. Richardson to Mr. McCone on August 28, 1963. First of all, who is Mr. Richardson?
He was Mr. John Richardson, then CIA station chief in Vietnam, who was removed actually prior to the coup.
And who was Mr. McCone?
Mr. McCone was at that time director of the Central Intelligence Agency.
And Mr. Richardson cables Mr. McCone on August 28, 1963, and says, situation here has reached point of no return. Saigon is an armed camp. Current indications are that no family have dug in for last-ditch battle. It is our considered estimate that general officers cannot retreat now. Conin's meeting with General Diem reveals that overwhelming majority of general officers accepting Diem and Kill are united. Later on he says if General Diem primarily and Tung secondly cannot be neutralized at outset, there may be widespread fighting in Saigon and serious loss of life. And further, he says, nevertheless, we all understand that the effort must succeed and that whatever needs to be done on our part must be done. If this attempt by the generals does not take place, or if it fails, we believe it no exaggeration to say that Vietnam runs a serious risk of being lost over the course of time. Now, the following day, Ambassador Lodge cabled Secretary of State Dean Rusk. It's August 29, 1963. And Ambassador Lodge says to Secretary of State Rusk, "We are launched on a course from which there is no respectable turning back. The overthrow of the Diem government. There is no turning back in part because U.S. prestige is already publicly committed to this in large measure and will become more so as the facts leak out. In a more fundamental sense, there's no turning back because there's no possibility, in my view, that the war can be won under a Diem administration. Still less that Diem or any member of the family can overthrow the country, can govern the country, rather, in a way to gain the support of the people who count." He lists, "So I'm personally in full agreement with the policy that I was instructed to carry out by last Sunday's cablegram," and states as a second proposition, "The chance of bringing off a general's coup depends to some extent on them, but it depends at least as much on us. Thirdly," he says, "we should proceed to make an all-out effort to get the generals to move promptly." Now, Mr. Hunt, again, my question is, and I might further read one sentence from a cable from Secretary of State Rusk to Ambassador Lodge, and according to this publication here, it's entitled "Cablegram from Secretary Rusk to Ambassador Lodge, August 29, 1963. The Pentagon study says the message followed a meeting of the National Security Council. And among the various things he discusses is this proposition. It says the capital USG, I assume that's United States government, will support a coup which has good chance of succeeding but plans no direct involvement of U.S. armed forces. Now, my question, Mr. Hunt, if you were trying to link the Kennedy administration to the overthrow of Diem government, was the fabrication of these cables that you've mentioned necessary in light of what's in the published Pentagon papers themselves?
Well, as I had told Mr. Colson following my study of these cables and many others, Mr. Thompson, my position was that it seemed eminently clear that the Kennedy administration had done everything except put the gun to the heads of these two government officials and pull the trigger. Mr. Colson had read the cables that led up, the legitimate cables that led up to the coup and the assassinations. Still, he asked me if I could not improve upon them.
Why, in your study of all the cables, of course you had these papers, these were accessible to you, weren't they?
Yes, sir.
And I believe you had a copy of this very publication in your safe, did you not?
I did.
And of course you had access to many other documents.
Yes, sir.
So what led you just made a statement of conclusion about the involvement of the Kennedy administration. What led you to that conclusion? Why did you state that to Mr. Colson?
On the basis of my extensive studies and some sample cables that were done just around that period that I displayed to him.
Well, now you mentioned the nature of the cables being, if I remember correctly, two cables, in effect, whereby asylum is asked for Diem, and that in the United States, I believe, and that was turned down. That was the fabrication which you created.
Yes, sir.
Do you know anything about what actually occurred with regard to provisions for escape of the Diem? Were there any provisions made either tentatively or otherwise?
How Diem might have escaped? Yes, I do.
Could you relate that to us?
Yes, sir, and I believe this, too, is a matter of the public record, the Pentagon Papers, but I'll focus on it as briefly and succinctly as I can. Ambassador Lodge, just prior to this coup, had requested a period of consultation back in Washington. To that end, a special aircraft had been sent from Washington out to Saigon to pick him up and bring him back to Washington. That plane was grounded out there as fears or knowledge of the approaching coup became more solid. I learned from Colonel Conine during an interview with him, Colonel Conine being on the ground out there and having, I dare say, at his fingertips more knowledge than any other single individual in the area, that there was some concern that should Zim and his brother-in-law request asylum, that the plane which was there on the ground, visible for everyone to see at the main airport, should that be used as an asylum vehicle to expedite the exit from the country of the brother and brother-in-law, that the plane would not, it was alleged the plane did not have the fuel range to get it to metropolitan France, let us say, which is where the United States government thought they would most likely want to go, but that there would have to be intervening fueling stops, for example, in Taiwan.
Why would it be necessary for the plane to be able to get to France without refueling?
Because the administration was very much concerned that the two brothers and their families might abandon the aircraft at one of the intervening stops and establish, if you will, a government in exile, which would be a great embarrassment to the United States government.
So the decision was made not to provide an escape?
Yes, sir.
You also...
This is bound to be based on hearsay.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, if we're going to limit our questions and answers to direct personal knowledge, I think we'll have to seriously abridge the record that we've been compiling over the past several months.
I disagree. I think most of the evidence has been admitted in this case would have been admitted in the court of law on a prosecution for conspiracy to obstruct justice.
Mr. Chairman,
I don't care, but it just seems to me, going into this question, he said in response to your question that these things you read him showed that the Kennedy administration had done everything but put the gun up against Diem's head, and I don't have no objection if you want to clear up the record with all that, but manifestly he wasn't over in Saigon at that time, and this is all just stuff he's heard.
I believe he said he talked to certain individuals concerning these matters. You ever talk to Mr. Coneen?
Yes, sir.
Did you elicit any information from Mr. Coneen?
I did.
What did he have to say?
He referred particularly to the fact that Ambassador Lodge's plane had specifically been made unavailable to the chiefs of the Saigon government.
Do you have any knowledge concerning the circumstances of the removal of John Richardson, I believe you referred to a moment ago?
I would have to categorize that as hearsay. John Richardson never told me personally why he had been removed, but I understood from Colonel Coneen that Richardson had been removed from his post quite abruptly by Ambassador Lodge because Mr. Richardson was alleged to oppose the coup. And in fact, when the coup did take place, there was no chief of station in South Vietnam.
You have referred to missing cables. When you examined the cablegrams, did you ever, first of all, were the cables in chronological order? Could you tell which cables had been removed and which had not?
For the most part, they were, yes, sir.
Good. Do you remember what cables were moved in a certain time frame?
The most egregious examples were in the period immediately prior to and just following the coup.
Let's direct your attention to the affidavit Mr. Dash read from a minute ago, Mr. Hunt, Bernard Malloy. On page 2 again, Mr. Hunt stated that he wished to see data of the sort that psychiatrists found on Barry Goldwater in 1964. Do you recall discussing that particular point?
Where is that, Mr. Thompson?
On page 2 of the affidavit.
Okay.
I can't testify that I actually recall saying that to Dr. Malloy, but I might very well have. It would have been within the frame of reference in which we were meeting.
Did you have knowledge of such psychiatric information that had been derived concerning Mr. Goldwater?
Well, I knew that a great deal of second and third hand so-called psychiatric information had been compiled by psychiatrists who had never seen or dealt with Senator Goldwater and been made the subject of large-scale publicity by the Democrats in that campaign.
Let me refer to one other document, Mr. Hunt. The conversation with Howard Hunt and Mr. Colson on July 1st, 1971. I believe you have a copy. I just want to read one sentence. This was before, of course, you became employed at the White House. The sentence here implies, or two sentences, that you had some information concerning Mr. Ellsberg before you got to the White House.
On which page, Mr. Thompson?
Pages I have are not numbered, but it's page 4. You state, well, of course, he isn't operating alone. He's got a cadre of people who are supporting him, aiding and abetting him. There's no question about it. What did you base that statement on?
I was thinking in general of the Rand-type people, Brookings, all of the Halberstam-type correspondence. Certainly a large portion of the New York Times staff had been actively engaged in the conspiracy to surface the Pentagon Papers.
Were the papers that appeared in the New York Times precisely the same papers that Dr. Ellsberg allegedly took?
There were some elisions.
Somewhat?
Some elisions. Some were not included in.
Were there some papers
published.
that they had which were not among those which Dr. Ellsberg took?
I don't know what the New York Times full holdings were, sir. I know that they did not publish all of the materials that were available.
Mr. Hunt, let me ask you just one or two more questions and I'll be through. Do you know or have any reason to suspect the possibility of any foul play in connection with the death of your wife?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hunt. That's all. Mr. Chairman, again, I believe the line of question is relevant as many as we have pursued, and I certainly don't want to be disrespectful or engage in an argument with the chairman, but the chairman and Mr. Dash have both referred to the fact that everything that we have done here is admissible and would have been admissible in the court of law under conspiracy law. I disagree with that for more than one reason. The safeguards of the instructions to juries in a conspiracy case about how they will accept testimony until certain facts are proved before that testimony can be admissible, before that hearsay testimony can be admissible, among other reasons, I think are sharp differences between a trial, a criminal case against people indicted, and the hearings that we have, which are not trial. If Mr. Dash and I could get together and maybe brief the matter in a little bit more detail, perhaps we ought to do so, but I just feel like I should not let a statement pass again without stating my position on it. Thank you very much.
Well, I would say, Mr. Thompson, you're not the first lawyer who's disagreed with me. When I started out in these hearings, when the hearsay evidence came out, I took pains to point out it was hearsay and would not have been considered against certain individuals. But some of my conferees on the committee, I'm not referring to counsel now, got so they asked a witness, they said, now, if you believe that A.B. had told C.D. this, don't you think that A.B. would have told you that too? And I one time raised a little protest, and one of my brethren took exception to it. I would say the great majority of substantive evidence that's come out in this case would be admissible in my judgment under the rule which says that the acts and statements of a co-conspirator are admissible in evidence against all the parties to the conspiracy. I think the evidence is inescapable here. There was conspiracy to obstruct, to cover up what happened in connection of certain persons with the identities and the activities of certain persons that involved one way or another in this Watergate affair.
Mr. Chairman, my only point is that a jury would have to make the determination as to exactly who was a part of what conspiracy, as to whether or not there was more than one conspiracy.
Yes.
Before a determination would be made as to what hearsay would be admissible against what
Well, the judge would let in the evidence. If he had the evidence of a conspiracy, well, the judge would let in the declarations and acts of all of the people alleged to be co-conspirators, be admissible against each of them.
Of course, that does not address the opinion problem, which is another completely different problem that I think
There's been a lot
of opinion evidence.
There's
from
been a lot of
non-experts.
questions asked about opinion, but I don't believe you can accuse me of asking any of them. I don't think I've asked a single question here this whole since the 17th day of May that wouldn't have been called for personal knowledge of a witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all that I have.
And frankly, I don't want to get out of the habit of arguing with lawyers because I don't know when my constituents will make it necessary for me to resume that custom.
Mr. Chairman, you have that look on your face that suggests to me that you're about to adjourn this session.
Almost.
If that's the case, and if that means that you will be through with Mr. Hunt does wish to make a one-page closing statement as allowed by the rules.
That'll be all right. We'll be glad to hear him at this time, unless there's some other question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, counsel. As you are aware, I have been testifying before this committee in executive session and in public pursuant to your order. I regret that because I have been under strain for a long time, my responses perhaps have not been as alert or as complete as I would have liked them to be. I hope I have managed, however, to convey my desire to be fully cooperative. Obviously, there has been no opportunity to prepare a closing statement which would add appreciably to this record. There has been no time, for example, to prepare a detailed explanation of the subjects left open by certain questions and answers, but I believe the transcripts of the executive sessions will go far to fill that need. I would like to reiterate that while I was engaged in the activities about which you've been questioning me, I believe that my actions were being taken with the knowledge and approval and under the direction of high officials of the government, and accordingly that I was engaged in lawful acts. In conclusion, as I have said, I regret my participation, but I do not think it justifies my conviction or the punishment which has been imposed upon me. I thank you.
Well, Mr. Hunt, on behalf of the committee, I want to thank you for your appearance here and for your effort to assist the committee in its work. I also want to commend your counsel for the way they have handled this matter on your behalf. They've been a material assistance to the committee, and I want to all of you know that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
We'll stand in recess 10 o'clock tomorrow if there's no further.
And thus the committee finished its business with E. Howard Hunt. George Will, Washington editor of National Review, is here with me now to interpret and analyze Hunt's testimony and the committee's handling of him. First, George, what about Howard Hunt and the stories he had to tell us these last 2 days?
Jim, I think Howard Hunt's 2 days, in a way, is a fitting symbol of the Watergate episode to date. It's almost as though he combines in his person and in his testimony, certainly, and certainly today, two anomalous dramatic modes. It's a kind of slapstick tragedy. The tragedy is obvious. Here's a man who's quite broken. He's lost his wife. He's been sentenced to an extraordinary 35-year term, provisionally. We can say more about that in a moment. The slapstick element appeared once again today with Fat Jack, another oddly named spy emerging. Another slapstick element, I have to call it that, was Mr. Hunt's theory that they were betrayed at the Watergate break-in itself by a double agent. There's simply no reason to believe that. He has I think as a professional, a sort of desire to believe that they couldn't have simply muffed the job, which in fact they did.
How do you feel from a substantive standpoint about his testimony concerning Charles Colson? Do you think he hurt Colson?
Jim, it's hard to tell. It's not that what he said about Colson wouldn't hurt a normal man, but Mr. Colson's not a normal man. He's been hurt, I think, quite enough already. I'm not sure you can detract a cubit from his stature, as it were. Mr. Colson's a very curious case in all of this. He left the White House in March, just before the dikes began to crumble around the Watergate episode, and he went to work for a Washington law firm that is, well, Washington law firms practice in many cases a very peculiar kind of law. They don't go out and do your wills for you and do deeds for you. They, in fact, fix things with the government. It's all perfectly legal. It's just the way the government works. They depend on the influence of particular men with well-known names dealing on a personal basis with high government officials, particularly, say, in regulatory agencies, which make decisions affecting the distribution of millions of dollars. Well, picture yourself now. Your name is Charles Colson after all of this, and the reason you want clients to come to your law firm is that your name is good. Well, Charles Colson now picks up the phone and calls some high official at a regulatory agency, and the secretary says, "Mr. Colson on the line." I think the line goes dead. I don't think he's doing his law firm any good anymore. In that sense, the last 2 days have certainly not helped Mr. Colson.
George, everybody knows Colson, of course, was originally scheduled to be the lead-off witness as this phase began again, and the last minute he canceled on the basis of a possible legal action involving the Ellsberg case. The testimony that came out yesterday and today, I'm no lawyer, but it seemed to me the question, of course, was what was Colson's connection with the Ellsberg case? Well, if I listened carefully today, apparently it was the fact that he gave the money to Krogh to pay the expenses of, is that the way that you picked that up the same way?
That's one possible connection. Now, we don't know for sure. The most obvious connection is he hired Howard Hunt in the first place.
Yeah.
Mr. Colson brought Howard Hunt into the White House there. I would hate above all jobs in the world to edit the alumni magazine for Brown University these days, because both Mr. Colson and Mr. Hunt are Brown alumni, and this cannot be causing a little bit of pain up in Providence, Rhode Island. These men have known each other for a long time. There's obviously some bitterness there, particularly on the part of Howard Hunt, who feels that certain promises were made to him by Colson. As always with a Colson promise, evidently they were tenuous, hedged around, and easy to get out of.
George, let's turn to the committee itself. You know, there's some people now are saying that the committee is on public trial now as much as everybody else connected with Watergate in terms of proving the relevance test that Senator Gurney raised yesterday in the questioning of Sam Dash. How do you feel about that?
The committee, I think it is fair to say, literally does not know what it's doing now. The question before it no longer is what did the president know and when did he know it, as Senator Baker said 2 or 3 months ago, back in the distant prehistory of Watergate now. The committee can hardly plausibly argue that it is serving a legislative purpose to go into these exquisite details about who handled what money between Bittman and Hunt and Mrs. Hunt and things like this. That is, it's hard for the committee to argue, and indeed they're not even trying to argue, that the answers to these questions will materially affect legislative proposals that might come out of this. The committee certainly feels the country ought to know the details about Watergate, and I certainly share that feeling. However, I am very bothered by the use of any congressional committee simply to deploy the truth, simply to serve as an educational body for the country. And I think, Jim, we're coming up...
Why is that? Why does that bother you?
Well, because it's so subject to abuse. Any senator who can control a committee can therefore go on a rampage. I'm not saying this committee is going on a rampage, and by and large they haven't. Senator McCarthy did go on a rampage 20 years ago, frequently not making any pretense that there was a legislative purpose to this, but simply saying that he was a kind of Paul Revere out to alert the country to the communist menace. That's very dangerous. And I think, you see, we're in danger now of getting another one of these free-floating committees without a clear mandate in what happened yesterday with Vice President Agnew. As I understand it, Vice President Agnew has gone to the House, urged the House to establish a committee to investigate the charges against him, but has not requested that the committee be formed as part of a formal preliminary to impeachment proceedings. Well, if the committee's not formed in that way, then we may have another committee that has no real purpose other than to investigate how long we don't know, for what purpose we don't know.
But if you were to take your thesis and move it back a few steps, what Howard Hunt didn't mark, or Howard Hunt's appearance didn't mark a departure from its sights or its goal. It came back several weeks ago, did it not, before it adjourned?
Oh, it certainly did. I think we're more aware, however, of this problem because Howard Hunt is not a big fish. We've gone through the big fish. We've had a month to think about this, and now, after a breather and a respite, there's some question as to what they're doing here. I mean, Mr. Hunt symbolized the small fish aspect of this. In his one-page summation, Jim, he said, I assumed because I was acting at the instructions of high government officials, which he was, that therefore it was legal. Well, that just isn't a safe inference with this administration.
Okay, George, thank you very much. All right, we've been speaking of the committee, and this Senate Watergate Committee is known for its scheduling switches, and now, after 2 days of its new phase, plans are once again changing. Peter Kay has a rundown on what's coming up next.
Medical, legal, and procedural problems have forced the Watergate Committee to change its order of witnesses. Former White House private eye John J. Caulfield was scheduled to follow E. Howard Hunt on the witness stand, and he in turn was to be followed by John J. Reagan, a former FBI agent and also a former director of security for the Republican National Committee. But Caulfield, who has testified before, is in the hospital with ulcers, and Reagan, who allegedly helped bug the apartment of columnist Joseph Kraft, is sweating out an immunity plea. An exhausted Hunt was allowed to finish his testimony late today, and now the decks are cleared for tomorrow's star witness, Chief White House speechwriter Pat Buchanan. Committee sources say that Buchanan will be quizzed extensively on overall White House strategy for campaign espionage. This is similar to what he had already supposedly done in regard to Daniel Ellsberg. Next week, the committee will hear from another presidential speechwriter, Ken Kachigian, possibly Caulfield, Reagan, and political dirty trickster Donald Segretti. Jim?
All right, and we'll be back tomorrow with the testimony of Patrick Buchanan as the committee's work moves more directly from the Watergate break-in into the area of dirty tricks. Until then, for our guest George Will, for Impact and Peter Kay, I'm Jim Lara. Thank you and good morning.
From Washington, you've been watching gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of the hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. This program was made possible by grants from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and the Ford Foundation. This has been a production of NPACT, a division of the Greater Washington Educational Telecommunications Association.